Tradoon. Tradoon. Tradoon.
Ontogeny. Ontogeny.
Tradoon.
Blue is cheap. Blue is cheap.
no idea to this day what that lady was singing about. The truth is, I don't want to know. I tell you, that voice soared. It was like some kind of pink dinosaur walked into a drab little cage and used its powerful tail to knock those walls away. And for the briefest of moments, every last man at Shawshank was a pink little dinosaur too.
Well, hello, everybody. Thank you, Catnip96, for the follow. Welcome, everybody, to Paleontologizing today. Kind of a fun stream, so I'm glad you're here. If it's your very first time, or whether you're returning,
one of the most
like Beats International,
animals that had ever existed.
Thank you.
And certainly one of the most famous is the dinosaur.
Get busy living or get busy becoming a fossil.
There you go, Beats International. Thank you for helping me continue living through those 3 months of support from you. Thanks for helping prevent my fossilization for another month there through your generous support. Really appreciate it. Welcome, Beats International. Welcome, Catnip96. Welcome, everybody, to Paleontologizing. If it's your first time here, like it might be for Catnip, well, an extra special welcome to you. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. You know? Talking about fossils, discussing fossil science, what it's all about, the history of life on Earth, the fossil record, extinction, evolution, all that good stuff. We're talking about it all here. Of course, I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, as you can probably tell from my office here. So I work on dinosaurs. I publish on them in the scientific literature, I study them, I dig up dinosaurs out in the Badlands of places like Wyoming and Utah and Montana. Some of you were here for the Paleontological Dig live streams during the summer. Those were a ton of fun. If you weren't here for those, check out the VODs or check out the YouTube page. We had live dinosaur digging. At least 3 new species of dinosaur this summer we were digging up live on stream. So we'll be doing more next year. Very excited about that. But for right now, we're here in my office. Today, we're going to be doing some dinosaur Q&A. We're going to be doing some dinosaur deep dives. We're going to be looking at this 3D printed skull, which is currently a printing. We'll be talking about this dinosaur, Scelidosaurus. But really, for the most part, we're going to be doing Q&A. If any of you have got any questions about dinosaurs, about the fossil record in general, about the philosophy of science, don't be shy with those questions. That's the bread and butter of these streams, so bring it on. Yeah, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And, yeah. They're all fun streams, says Gimpla. Good, I'm glad. Today is going to be kind of a loosey-goosey one. We don't have, like, a particular topic today. So we'll see where this live broadcast goes, you know? Yeah. And Ruler 2112, that actually makes a lot of sense. I did not see that study. Human ancestors were possibly wiped down to 1,280 breeding individuals between 800 and 900,000 years ago. Human beings are remarkably homogeneous in terms of our genes. There's not a lot of genetic diversity in the human race. There's really not. We're all very similar to one another. So there should have been some kind of an evolutionary bottleneck right there. And I've heard this before, that it may have been that volcanic eruption. Was it Pinatubo, I think? I forget. Somebody in chat will know. But a massive volcanic eruption may have actually changed Earth's climate for a few years, and human beings, along with some other creatures too, may have become perilously close to extinction. I think cheetahs also may have had a big genetic bottleneck around that same time. So, yeah. Was it Tambura? R.A. Morley? It might be. I don't think it was Krakatoa. I think Krakatoa was later, wasn't it, Jody Fish? But I could be wrong. Yeah. And Claire Burr, oh shoot, we're gonna do that dinosaur tomorrow. Brand new dinosaur we're gonna cover on tomorrow's Thursday Birds Day. So Claire, if you want to pick a different dinosaur for today, feel free. I don't want you spending those points for nothing. But we're gonna talk about Fujian Venator, brand new dinosaur. We'll be talking about it tomorrow. Here it is, right here. Just published today, September 6, 2023. It is being touted for its long legs. It's got these long, leggy legs. Its legs go all the way to the ground. Or a crocodile-like animal in this case. Or a lizardy animal? Lizardy animal. Anyway. Yeah. Cool critter. Yeah. Anyway, 200,000 points. I think I'm set. You probably are, Claire Burr. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and Ominous George says, I actually knew the Jurassic Park Velociraptors weren't Velociraptors. Yeah, that's the Jurassic Park Velociraptor right there, Deinonychus. I have an actual Velociraptor skull here, or rather, a cast of one. Right here. This is actual size for a Velociraptor skull. This is not a terribly large animal. It's about the size of, I don't know, a large dog, maybe? Medium-sized dog. 6 feet long, about half of that is tail. Yeah. Velociraptor. It's kind of a long story why the Deinonychus got called Velociraptor in Jurassic Park, but yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And I do not know how I knew, but I knew Velociraptors were tiny. Well, not tiny. They're bigger than this new Deinonychosaur here, which we'll be talking about tomorrow. See, it's got that same sickle claw, like you see on Velociraptor right there. And like Velociraptor, this animal is fully feathered. Velociraptor would have been all covered with feathers, too. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. And Mia Miyakoto says, I appreciate the rainbow crest the artist gave it. Isn't that cool? Well, we actually have evidence that some dinosaurs, like, Kaihong, I think it's called. We have evidence of its feather coloration. There we go. Let's see. We'll try this. Science and more. Maybe this will be halfway good. Or maybe not. Yeah, never mind. University of Texas at Austin. There we go. Yeah.
New to science. We have not found
Lindsay Zeno. Oh, no, hang on. No, that's Julia Clark. What am I saying? Sorry. Got mixed up for a second. No closed captions on this, unfortunately. Oh, but there's closed captions in the video itself. Beautiful. Let's just turn the sound up.
This is new to science. We have not found this species before. The name of the new species is Kaihong juji, which means rainbow and big crest. New Tiny Dino sheds insight into different parts of dinosaur evolution, so it tells us a rainbow of new things. I'm Julia Clark, and I'm a professor in the Jackson School of Geosciences here at the University of Texas at Austin.
Cool stuff. Kaihong. So this animal had, really interesting color palette on it. We are actually able to figure out the coloration on certain dinosaurs. Now, if we have preserved integument, if we have preserved skin, preserved feathers, then we can sometimes figure out what colors the animal would have been, which is really neat if you think about it. So yeah. And it is kind of like a Nicobar pigeon, Claire Burr. Yeah. Thought it was just a party. There you go, SB, yeah. And you're in Austin. Oh, very cool, Pimpcat. Nice. How do they know it had these colors? Well, it's got preserved melanosomes. So, here, we can watch a little video about that. What color were dinosaurs? Let's turn this down.
This
It's
episode
too
is
loud.
supported by Squarespace. Okay, we know a lot about dinosaurs, like
This
how
guy
big
again.
they were, what they ate, even how quickly they moved. But there is one question that has plagued paleontologists for decades. What color were dinosaurs? It
What
might sound
colors?
superficial,
There are many
but
different
trust me,
colors.
it is not, because until we understand their coloration, we'll never be able to fully imagine dinosaurs. We won't know what they really looked like, of course, but we also won't be able to study things like camouflage or display behavior. And we will never know the full extent of just how wrong the Jurassic Park movies are. Thankfully, in recent years, a more complete
Better than
picture of
Jurassic World.
dinosaurs has come into focus, and it is in Technicolor. When you picture a dinosaur, the colors that come to mind probably vary depending on how old you are. For much of the 20th century, for instance, dinosaurs were always depicted in drab colors, gray, green, and brown. That's because back then, most experts thought that dinosaurs behaved like overgrown lizards, so they probably looked like that too. Starting in the 1970s, dinos started to be portrayed as having things like spots and stripes and flashy colors, but not a lot of that was actually based on science. Then came a major breakthrough from an unexpected place. It wasn't a dinosaur, but a fossil squid.
And with melanosomes in it.
In
Yeah.
2006, while a graduate student at Yale, paleontologist Jacob Vinther was studying a fossil squid with preserved ink sacs. Those are the little organs where squids store the defensive inks. And when Vinther studied them under a microscope, he saw that the sacs were filled with tiny spheres. Other paleontologists had seen these little blobs before, but they thought they were just fossilized bacteria. But to Vinther's eye, they looked like special structures that help give animals color, melanosomes. If you've heard of these before, it's probably because you have them.
Blue is
Lots of
cheap.
animals do. Melanosomes are responsible for all of your body's coloration, from your skin to your eyes to your hair. Each melanosome contains some type of melanin, which is a natural pigment. And based on their density and distribution, they can create different colors. Now I know what you're wondering. What in the name of Charles R. Knight does a Jurassic squid have to do with dinosaurs? Well, you know what else has melanosomes? Feathers. Experts
Yep.
can look at the feather
There we
of a
go.
bird, like a cardinal or a crow, and see what kind of melanosomes make that feather's color. For example,
Yep.
long, skinny melanosomes make black and gray, like the black you find around a cardinal's eyes. But if melanosomes are short and round, they make reddish colors, like what you would see on red-tailed hawks. This information can be used as a template for studying ancient animals. So living dinosaurs are basically the color key to extinct dinosaurs. In
Pretty
2010,
neat, right?
this idea was put to the test in a place that's famous for its abundant
And of course, he says living dinosaurs, meaning birds. Birds themselves are living dinosaurs. If anybody's new today, we've got some new people. Birds are living dinosaurs. It's not just me saying this. It's ask any paleontologist, ask any ornithologist, bird scientist. They'll tell you the same thing. Birds are living dinosaurs. And as a result, not only did dinosaurs never completely go extinct, but we have a much better analog for ancient dinosaurs than we ever thought we did in modern birds, who literally are dinosaurs. So if we want to figure out certain things about dinosaurs, we can look at their modern descendants. It's pretty cool, right?
fossils of feathered dinosaurs, China. There, a team of Chinese and British scientists studied what might be one of the most adorable dinosaurs ever, the chicken-sized Sinosauropteryx. Sinosauropteryx was the first
the history of life.
Whoop.
It's very quirky, fortuitous,
Miss Coggins.
chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
It's true. MS Coggins, thank you for helping me avoid that same extinction for the past 7 months through your generous support of this channel. I appreciate it, MS Coggins. Welcome back.
Avian dinosaur to be discovered with structures of feather-like fluff back in 1996. And after studying the melanosomes found in that fuzz, researchers determined that Sinosauropteryx was ginger. Its downy coat was apparently reddish-brown over most of its body, but its tail was a little different, alternating between light and dark bands, giving
Pretty
it some
cool.
extra flair.
Pretty
Vinther
cool.
and his colleagues used this same technique to reconstruct the plumage of another feathery pigeon-sized dinosaur called Anchiornis. And it turns out that this dinosaur looked kind of like Punk rock magpie, mostly black and white on its wings and legs with a splash of red on its top. After this, the colors of more dinosaurs were soon revealed. The four-winged Microraptor, it had dark iridescent plumage, kind of like a raven, and one specimen of the little horned dinosaur Scelidosaurus was even found to have melanosomes in its skin, revealing that the dino was dark on top and light underneath. Pretty cool, right? As long as the dinosaur is preserved with feathers or some other structure that keeps melanosomes intact, scientists can figure out their basic colors. Now this is all
Pretty
awesome
neat.
and exciting, but these discoveries are about a lot more than just what dinosaurs look like.
Counter shading too.
They
Yeah,
also
Jody
tell us
Fish. Yes,
about how
indeed.
they lived. For example, in birds, we know that feathers aren't just used for flight. They're also an important part of display behavior. So Sinosauropteryx probably didn't have a banded tail just by chance. Its flashy pattern tells us that this dinosaur may have had something to say to other members of its species, like that he wanted to claim his territory or show off how fit he was for the ladies. And the pattern found on Psittacosaurus, dark on top and light below, is a common phenomenon seen in lots of modern animals. It's called counter shading, and it would have helped this little herbivore blend in while walking through the sun-dappled forest. Thanks to these developments, experts are beginning to uncover the colors of
lemurs.
many other feathered dinosaurs, and new types are being found all the time. So now we can start answering that question that's been bugging us for so long. And memo to Hollywood, if you're planning on having a Sinosauropteryx in Jurassic World 2, which you should be because they're cute, now you know what color it was.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. So, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. It is so cool that we can figure this stuff out. Because when I was a kid, you know, picking up every dinosaur book there was at the library, you know, these books would always say, oh, you know, we'll never know what color dinosaurs were, so just don't even worry about that, you know? Can't know. Well, shoot, now we do know. For some dinosaurs, at least. Turns out this knowledge is not unattainable. So never count out science with stuff like that. Never say, oh, science will never know this. Well, shoot. Maybe you're just lacking in imagination, you know? Yeah. Yeah. How do we scientifically determine the cutest dinosaur, says Ghostly Ghoul? First you have to define cuteness, and then you can go from there. Yeah. Catnip says, that's so awesome. Isn't that cool? Yeah. I think that's really, really neat. Yeah. And everybody loves babies. This is true, Ice Allen, yeah. As long as they're not, you know, crying through a whole train ride or whatever, then yeah. Or airplane flight. A cuteness tournament, yeah, maybe do a tier list. Zucchini Puff. We'll do a dinosaur tier list one of these days. Those are always fun. We still need to do a state dinosaurs or a state fossils tier list. We did a state dinosaurs tier list a while ago on the YouTube page. I think that's already up, isn't it? Yeah. State dinosaurs. Yep. We're ranking them from best to least best. Yeah. There we go. Not stirred for that raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. There we go. There is our tier list. This is back in when was this?
Give me a second here.
3 months ago.
Texas is a really interesting one.
This might have been May?
Sorry, Texas.
But this is not a dinosaur known from particularly good remains. And if it is Sauroposeidon, if we're going to say that Sauroposeidon is the state dinosaur of Texas, Sauroposeidon is originally, it was named from Oklahoma, and it's much more associated with that state. So Texas would be playing second fiddle to Oklahoma, and I know Texans, if I know Texans, they're going to hate that. So yeah, check that out. Here is a link to that if you want to see if your own state has a state dinosaur and where it ranks on our final ranking. Over here. Yeah. Then check out that video. And subscribe to the YouTube page too. It'd be nice to have a little bit more engagement on there. If you feel like it, if you use YouTube. Yeah. Miss Yvette says, Danny, will you know the color of the dinosaur you dug out? Which one, Miss Yvette? I've dug up a lot of dinosaurs. But I don't think for any of those we have any fossilized skin. You need either fossil skin or fossil feathers. You need the exterior of the dinosaur to figure out the coloration. Although with that being said, next summer, it looks like we have permission to go back to Wyoming and actually dig on some private land. Dig up a mummified hadrosaur. So a hadrosaur with preserved skin on it. And if the skin is really well preserved, then shoot, we might actually be able to determine the coloration of the animal. We'll have to say. So stay tuned for that. We'll be live streaming it. Because that is a thing. Yeah. It does happen. Take a look at this.
Dinosaur mummies are cool as heck. And
Hang on. That's not what I was looking for. Which one am I looking for? Here, perhaps?
1, 2, 3.
You're looking at
Yeah.
a skull fragment from a 75-million-year-old hadrosaur. The astounding thing about this dinosaur mummy is that some of its 2-inch thick skin remains intact.
There we go.
To get a better
Yeah.
look inside the 350-pound hunk of petrified bone and soft tissue, Dr. Phil Bell is running the fossil through a CT scanner, hoping to find clues to solve this puzzle of preservation.
We don't really understand how skin fossilizes. Of course, it's
Fossilizes.
soft tissue. It's something that readily decays after an animal dies. So that's something that perhaps this data will help us answer.
Yeah. Classic Canadian accent there at the University of Alberta. Oh, we're going to skiing this hadrosaur mummy up in Alberta.
The section of skull and torso found last year in Grand Prairie will now become part of the University of Alberta's paleontology collection. Bell's excavation team, along with U of A paleontologist Phil Curry, tried to find more of this exceptional dinosaur, but so far they've come up short.
Unfortunately, it was just an isolated block. It had collapsed from
Isolated?
the cliff, probably within 12 months of us finding it. And we tried so hard to find anything else that belonged to it. We jackhammered an entire cliff down and trying to find more, but there was no sign of it. So we'll keep returning there and fingers crossed something else will turn up.
Arle says, if it's determined that the hadrosaur was male, would it be considered popified instead of mummified? I don't think so, Arle. But I'll get back to you on that. We'll see. Anyway, yeah. Good to have you here, Arle. Yeah. Anyway. And Ominous George says, they all sound Australian, or is it just me? I'm not going to gaslight you, George. No, I was making a joke. It's clearly an Australian accent. Possibly New Zealand accent. It sounded more Australian, though. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, would you like to see... Well, shoot. We're 3D printing a Scelidosaurus skull right now. We'll talk about Scelidosaurus in a little bit, but first, we've got more of our Plateosaurus skull to assemble. Skull and the distalmost, proximalmost, the vertebrae that are closest to the head, the cervical vertebrae. Let me show you this, chat. We're for the past few days we have been printing the skull and the first part of the neck of this wonderful dinosaur, Plateosaurus, tomato potato. Say it however you like. Very cool dinosaur. This is a basal sauropodomorph, so one of the earliest of the big four-legged plant-eating dinosaurs. Although these guys probably actually walked on 2 legs. But yeah, Plateosaurus. Very cool dinosaur.
Tradoon.
And here is the file, the skull, that we've been printing. And it is now complete. We just have a few parts to assemble, so let's go ahead and do that real quick. Yeah. And it's funny, the filament that I chose for this, that silk brown filament, is very close to this color right here. Let me show you. Oh. Sorry, it's over here on this little cart under our Allosaurus. Ah! Look at this. Just beautiful right there. This is printed life-size. Very nice. And as you can see, we've got some pieces that are still remaining on here. Let's go ahead and get those glued on because they are all printed. We've got 4 pieces to put on here. So let's get that done live on Twitch. Live dinosaur assembly. Prepare my workspace right here. My supplies and my tools together. Scoot this over here. There. Get my glue out of here. Yeah. And could Plateosaurus have been ancestors to Iguanodon? No, Jody Fish, because these guys are from the other side of the dinosaur family tree. So, Plateosaurus is what we call a Saurischian dinosaur. And contrast those with Ornithischians like Iguanodon. Here, let me show you. There. That'll do it. Okay. So. Oh, there's Plateosaurus right there. So Plateosaurus is a prosauropod. It's on the Saurischian side of the dinosaur family tree. The lizard-hipped dinosaurs. Don't worry about that. Birds actually evolved from lizard-hipped dinosaurs and not from the bird-hipped dinosaurs, Ornithischians. See how birds are over here on the lizard-hipped side? Anyway, so there's Plateosaurus there. Iguanodon is over here in Ornithopoda. So there's basically like 2 major groups of dinosaurs. You can split dinosaurs into 2 major clades. The 2 biggest clades are Saurischia and Ornithischia. And Iguanodon and Plateosaurus, different branches. So Plateosaurus was actually it's related to the ancestors of the sauropods, the long-necked, 4-legged dinosaurs like this. Does that make sense? Yeah. It is all on the hips, Alex Vixen. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yeah. Here, let me grab some more of my tools and we'll get this done. Should be just a few minutes here. Yeah. And Thalos says, birds from lizard-hip dinosaurs, it feels like evolution laughing at us. Well, there's a reason for that. Shoot. Maybe I can find you a video to help explain this while I work on this. Saurischian versus Ornithischian. Let's take a look at this.
What is the difference between bird and lizard-hipped dinosaurs? Welcome to the Natural History of Dinosaurs. My name is Benjamin Berger. I'm a
Oh yeah, I've seen him on Twitter, I think.
At Utah State University, teaching in the heart of Utah's dinosaur country.
Oh, and Vernal.
In
Very
this
nice.
video, you'll learn how to distinguish the 2 major groups of dinosaurs. The bird-hipped dinosaurs called the Ornithischians, and the lizard-hipped dinosaurs called the Saurischians.
Yep.
Ornithischians and Saurischians both lived throughout the Mesozoic. The great division of dinosaurs was coined by the English paleontologist Harry Seeley
Gover
in
Seeley.
1887. Now, he presented his research at the Royal Society in London in January of 1887, and he argued that Dinosauria, as named by Richard Owen, was in fact two different groups. Now, Richard Owen had retired, and this new view of two groups, the Ornithischians and the Saurischians, was a radical revision. Now, today we regard these two dinosaur groups as originating near the base of a single grouping of Dinosauria. But these two groups are still recognized today by their unique anatomy of their hip bones. All right, let's see what Seeley saw in the hip bones of dinosaurs. This here is a Saurischian hip.
Yep.
You'll note that the pubis bone projects forward so that the three bones form a sort of triangle. Now, when you see a mounted dinosaur in a museum, a Saurischian, you'll often find this bone between the legs projecting forward. And
that's the pubis.
No, this is not a penis bone.
It's not, no.
It supported abdominal muscles of the belly and a set of muscles called the pubo-ischiofemoris externus muscle, which when contracted would pull the femur forward and was very useful when running to counterbalance those in the opposite direction, those large caudal femoris muscles that attach to the fourth trochanter and caudal vertebrae. So it's kind of like a big swing of that femur going back and forth there. Now this is an Ornithischian hip. You'll note that the pubis bone projects backward to lay alongside the ischium. It's also reduced, but notice that the pubis also has a projection forward, but is higher up in the animal. This results in a pocket for the iliofemoris muscle, which has been hypothesized by Alfred Romer in his classic 1927 study of hip muscles in dinosaurs to do something special. It wraps around the hip with a tendon to insert in the external head of the femur. So when the muscle contracted, the femur would kick outward or abduct away.
This is a little bit in-depth, but we're watching it because I'm working on this.
Yes, Ornithischians were like Bruce Lees of the dinosaurs. Now humans have a similar muscle called the tensor fascia lata that allows us to do sideways kicks with the help of our giant gluteal muscles. So this arrangement allowed the Ornithischians to be able to splay out their legs and give them more flexibility beyond the rigid forward and backward movement of the femur that you see in Saurischian dinosaurs. And once they evolved, they would give them some flexibility to move their femur in relation to their body. Now, during the Jurassic, a group of Saurischian dinosaurs began to move the pubis backward as well and reposition the set of muscles so that they too could kick out their legs. This was needed if you were going to climb, say, a tree. Now, these new Saurischian dinosaurs gave rise to birds. And the position of the pubis in living birds resembles Ornithischian hips. Now this is a great example of convergent evolution. And without the numerous fossils demonstrating this transition.
There we go. So see how that makes sense? So the bird-hipped dinosaurs, the Ornithischians, whom you see here, they've got the backwards pointing prong of the pubis and then the ischium pointing backwards like this. That kind of resembles modern birds. But birds actually evolved from lizard-hipped dinosaurs, Saurischians, because the pubis in the group of Saurischians that birds evolved from, the pubis actually starts to point backwards, like this. In fossil birds, Velociraptor, its hips also look a lot like this, and then they develop into what you've got like in modern birds. Does that make sense? So that's why the bird-hipped dinosaurs were originally called bird-hipped, because they looked superficially similar to modern birds. But it turns out the lizard-hipped dinosaurs are actually the ones that evolved into birds, because the group that evolves into birds, the pubis starts pointing backwards like that. That makes sense? You got that?
We would have assumed that the Saurischians...
Plot twist. There you go, Morley, yeah.
...gave rise to the birds. But it's not so. It was the Saurischians that gave rise to the birds.
Yep.
All right. The thing I want you to be able to do is to identify dinosaurs as either Saurischians or Ornithischians when shown a picture of the skeleton or hip bones. Let's try a few and see how you do. What do you think Stegosaurus is?
Ooh. What do you think? Is this an Ornithischian or is this a Saurischian? What do you think, chat? Ornithischian or Saurischian? You could just type O or S if you'd like. Ooh, I'm seeing some O's. Yeah. And you remember this from your childhood dinosaur books, Thela? Very nice. Well.
Ornithischian or a Saurischian? I'll give you a moment.
All right, we already had that moment. Daily cafecito. Bienvenidos.
Stegosaurus is a Ornithischian. See, the pubis and the ischium project backward.
Very nice. Very nice, chat.
Struthiomimus is.
Yeah, Struthiomimus.
Or Saurischian. I'll give you
a moment. Okay. Ornithischian or Saurischian? What do you think, chat? That looks like a Greg Paul skeletal there. All right, we're not going to do 15 more seconds of that.
a moment. Struthiomimus is a Saurischian.
Yep.
See the pubis
lizard hipped
forward between the legs?
I'm proud of you, chat. Very nice, everybody.
What do you think Datosaurus is? An Ornithischian or Saurischian? I'll give you a moment.
What do you think? Ornithischian or Saurischian? Datosaurus, it's a sauropod. Plant-eating dinosaur. Ornithischian or Saurischian? What do you think? We've got some O's and we've got some S's.
I think you should enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
It's true, Ridla. Thank you for the 3 months of support.
Are Dino's 3 Paleodance.
I appreciate that, Ridla. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. And S because of the pubic bone. Daily Cafecito, you are... correct. It's a Saurischian. Sauropods are Saurischians.
Datosaurus is a Saurischian.
There you go. Nicely done.
Pubis projects forward. Finally, let us look at Psittacosaurus. Is it a Ornithischian or Saurischian?
So this is tricky because like parts of it are kind of obscured, but what do you think, chat? Ornithischian or Saurischian? I'm really impressed that this is not, the mic is not picking up the, well, it is a little bit if I put it up close. It's an Ornithischian. Yeah. Well done, chat. Well done.
Good job. You should now be able to distinguish the difference between the two major groups of dinosaurs, the Ornithischians and Saurischians.
Very nice. Yeah. So yeah, but it's actually the lizard-hipped dinosaurs, Saurischians, that give rise
so these are the
two birds.
Major divisions of the dinosaur clade, and the difference between the two is pretty simple, and it has to do with the orientation.
I promise I'm not trying to be lazy about this. I'm just trying to get this done and keep you entertained at the same time, chat. So about another minute here.
Of the dinosaur's pubic bone.
Get you to learn something too.
In Ornithischian dinosaurs, the pubic bone is pointed backwards towards the tail, like in modern birds. In fact, that's what ornithischian means in Latin. It means bird-hipped. And you can see it pointing backwards right here. The tail of the dinosaur would be over here. And if I go over to the Saurischian dinosaur hip, which means lizard-hipped, you can see the pubic bone is pointing towards the front. So the dinosaur's tail would be over here, and its head would be over in this direction. Now, despite these names, lizard-hipped and bird-hipped dinosaurs, the modern-day birds are theropod dinosaurs, and theropods belong to the Saurischian group.
Yep, lizard-hipped.
So as you go through the fossil lineage of birds, actually, you see that this pubic bone actually starts to slowly orient itself backwards towards the tail.
Yep.
And that's about it for this screencast. Thanks for tuning in.
Okay. Thank you for posting the video. Yeah. And, anyway. Yeah. Let's go ahead and assemble this. I'm gonna make sure that our glue thing will open properly. And get our glue out of it. Okay. Plateosaurus. Let's get this assembled, and then we'll ask: is Plateosaurus? Oh, shoot! I still have to sand this part. I didn't realize that. Let me do that real quick. But is Plateosaurus a Saurischian or Ornithischian dinosaur? What do you think, chat? And I'll show you the glue that I'm using for this. Two different kinds of glue for this daily cafecito. Two different kinds of glue. Gorilla Glue and cyanoacrylate, super glue. I had some 3D glue earlier, but that ran out, and I've not been able to afford a replacement for it. That'll do it. Yeah. And that glue is not cheap. No, Thalo, it's not. Yeah. Golganex's basal sauropod should be O? You sure about that, Golganek? Here is our Plateosaurus bits that are already assembled. You can see the skull right here. Eye socket, nostril, teeth in the jaws. Lower jaw, skull, neck vertebrae coming off. I've not painted this yet, obviously. It's not even assembled yet. But this piece is going to go right here like that. It's got some matrix on it still, which is why it looks all blobby. Yeah. And this one goes here. Yeah, and then we've got ones on the top too. Let's just get these glued on, shall we? Yeah. So, do a quick little test fitting like that. Nice. All right, let's put some glue on there, shall we? So, this surface and this surface. Let's get some glue on. So I'm going to start off with the Gorilla Glue. Alright, and then glue on this part too. This takes a little bit longer to cure, so I can leave it there for longer. That's why we're doing it first. And now, the stuff that makes it set extra fast, the super glue. Woo, it's a big old gob. Nice. And let's put it on there. Very nice. Just gonna hold it in place for a few seconds while that super glue starts to kick. Put the appropriate amount of pressure on it. There we go. And I'll use a ruler here as kind of a straight edge as I'm holding that on there. Nice. Very nice. Ah, that's beautiful. Check that out. Lovely. So there's the lower margin of our jaw there. Yeah. Later on, I will take some water putty, and I'll use that to kind of smooth out these junctures here. Fill in that gap, because you're never going to have perfect occlusion in 3D prints like this, especially when you do some sanding. So I'll make sure that we fill that gap in before we smooth this thing and then paint it. There we go, there's that. Lovely. And now, let's put on that bit there too. Gorilla Glue for strength. Super Glue for rigidity and speed of curing. There we go. And let's put it on. Lovely. Very nice. Very nice. Check that out. Yeah. Ah! Beautiful. And this is, of course, Plateosaurus trasingensis. This is one of the best-known dinosaurs from Europe, from mainland Europe. Originally from Germany. I think this is the only species of dinosaur that's known from Norway? The only dinosaur from Norway was actually found kind of by accident in some core drilling that was done for oil exploration, I think. There was like a cross-section of one of the bones of Plateosaurus that came up in one of the drill cores. I think that's also the deepest ever found dinosaur. So the dinosaur found the deepest underground because it was found through drilling like that. Yeah. Alright. Now let's just do this piece right here. Go like that. So some Gorilla Glue on this surface. Really running low on that. And some super glue. We'll put super glue along here too. And there we go. That's beautiful. Perfect. Just like that. Oh, nice. Yeah. And in the interest of time, let's do our last piece like this real quick. Put the cap on here. And some super glue. There we go. Beautiful. Check that out. It is complete. It is finished. Check that out. Just beautiful. Very excited. This is my first basal sauropodomorph on here. My first basal sauropodomorph 3D print. Plateosaurus trassingensis. So next steps are maybe next week I can fill in these gaps with some nice water putty there and get it smoothed and then paint it up. Yeah. Very exciting. Our very own Plateosaurus here in the office. Lovely. Ah, so good. So good. That is exciting. I wonder if I can find you a quick Plateosaurus video. Let's clean up here a little bit. Oh, and I gotta make a makeshift cap for this so we can save the rest of our super glue. Keep an eye on my 3D printer while I'm getting that. There we go. A little bit of tape. Go there over the top. Keep it from drying out. Lovely. These tools and this glue away. Yeah. And Haraz says someone should cover the wall of a house with a big artificial fossil. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Yeah. And 3D print a cap for the glue. It's really not worth the effort, Daily Cafecito. I find the tape works just as well. Especially because glue like that kind of melts the PLA, the filament that I use for 3D printing. That's why it makes such good adhesive. It would melt the cap right onto it. I don't think that would work very well. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Here we go. I got, by the way, a ton of 3D printer filament in the mail yesterday. And I'll show that off in just a minute. But first, let's see if we can find a decent video on Plateosaurus. Plateosaurus trassingensis. I'm not sure if we'll be able to find this. Try this, maybe? That's okay, I suppose. But I bet you we can do a little bit better. Plateosaurus. Plateosaurus, tomato, potato. Oh, here's a time lapse. Of the assembly of a Plateosaurus skeleton in Brussels at the Royal Belgian Institute of Natural Sciences. Yeah. So this is pretty cool. You can see the size of this animal. It's not the biggest animal in the world, but it's one of the first of the larger dinosaurs. It's pretty cool. The song goes pretty well with it, too. Yeah. Very nice. And there's the skull on there. Beautiful. Good stuff. Plateosaurus. A neat dinosaur. But the dinosaur that we're currently printing, is called Scelidosaurus, or Scelidosaurus, depending on how you want to say it. Again, tomato, potato. And there are some nifty videos on Scelidosaurus. Here we go. Here's one from Dinosaur Britain. Yeah. That old dinosaurs are the size of Godzilla. Just Godzilla, Bruce Lee. This is pretty decent Scelidosaurus here. And yeah, no grass at the time, Haraz. Yep. So, yeah, grasses had not yet evolved. Grasses wouldn't evolve until after the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for birds. Hmm. $50 stone. How many kilos is that? Lol. Glamour says. Lol indeed. Oh no! R.I.P. Scelidosaurus. Ugh. It's a lot of bananas. Agreed, Gimpleg. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So this is that animal, Scelidosaurus. And shoot. Apparently we've got Scelidosaurus in Prehistoric Planet now? Or Prehistoric Park, excuse me. Yeah. Here, check it out. Very nice. Beautiful model of this animal in the game Prehistoric Park. Yeah. Very, very nice. Oh, Prehistoric Kingdom, excuse me. Sorry. I did a whole review on Prehistoric. I should know what the name is. It's just easy to get mixed up. Prehistoric Planet, Prehistoric Park, Prehysteria. And is that grass? Yeah, it's because this is in the modern day, Mvula. This is in a modern day dinosaur zoo, basically. A zoo of all kinds of ancient, now extinct creatures. That's kind of the point of Prehistoric Kingdom. Yeah. Prehistoric Park was a docu-series, this is correct, yeah. Also with Nigel Marven, confusingly enough. Yeah. Yeah, the orange is really beautiful, Claire. I like that a lot. That's why I fast-forwarded to this part. So yeah, this is Scelidosaurus. This is the dinosaur whose skull we are currently printing. This is one of the more important dinosaurs from the UK. Let's see if I can find you the clip from Dinosaur Britain. This is Dinosaur Britain. There will always be in England, except when there isn't. But then at least there's dinosaurs. There we go. This is the... Yeah, this is the part right here. Lovely. Take a look. Megalosaurus. Yeah. I'm driving a Jeep. We'll see if she gets there. Shoot, I think it might break down. And Megan, exactly, yeah. One of the only dinosaurs found in Ireland. Yep. That's your city? Cool, Jorts. Wow. There's that skull. There's the skull that we are currently printing. It is based on this specimen. So right now we're printing the left side of it. This is going to take about 13 hours to print. Or it's already been going for about 2 hours at this point. So it'll take about another 11 hours to print on this side. And then we'll do the other side. And then maybe on Friday, we'll stick them together. And, yeah, we'll have a complete Scelidosaurus skull. But that is indeed based on this specimen right here. It's not noisy. It's a pretty quiet printer, George, yeah. And Reganation. I appreciate that, Reganation. Thank you, thank you. George, you won't have to worry about ads for the next 30 days now, thanks to Reganation. Reganation, thank you for your generosity. Aren't you, like, on the leaderboard right now? Aren't you top of the leaderboard for gift subs? Thank you, Reganation. I really appreciate that. Wonderful. Wonderful. And look, we're now at 2 out of 50 gifts. We're now 1/25 of the way to our goal for the day. We'll see if we get there. Yeah.
To find all of the armor plates more or less exactly as they would have been.
Scelidosaurus was 13 feet long and a herbivore with armor plates to protect it from predators. It lived
we already saw this part.
195 million years ago.
Yep.
Shape. So that
dinosaur.
Do we know much about what it would?
Yeah.
Do we know much about what it would have eaten?
Yes, I think when you look at a dinosaur like
gorgeous
Scelidosaurus,
specimen.
the first thing you
Holy
do when
cow.
you're interested in diet is look at the teeth, and the teeth here are small.
A lovely skull. I cannot wait to have this thing printed.
They're clearly not the teeth of a predator, because the predatory teeth would be very sharp. So that tells us it's a plant eater, but this is even better because it has some hint of stomach contents and even something in the throat that is probably some plant remains. Why would you have a lot of plant material in the throat? Either it was on the way down or on the way up. So one suggestion is this poor creature was even floating out live into the sea and was vomiting. Just.
Ugh. You've casted this in Belfast? Very cool, Megan. It's maybe the most complete dinosaur from the British Isles. Oh. What an upsetting ending, says Ghostly Ghoul. I mean, in a way, yes. Not great for this animal here. Not the most fun way to die. But the thing is, this animal is now preserved for all time. At, 190 million years later, this animal gets a new lease on life. We can resurrect it as a result of that. And that's pretty cool, I think. Some people think that paleontology is kind of morbid because we're dealing with all of these dead creatures, but as paleontologists, often we see ourselves as almost the opposite of, like, big game hunters. Maybe I'll read you an excerpt from a book about this right after that. But, we're bringing these animals back to life. And that's pretty special. Trek nerd. One small death for him or her. One giant leap through all time. There you go. Yeah. Bruce Lee says, why did they go into the water if they weren't strong swimmers? I mean, yeah, maybe they had no choice. Maybe they got swept away in a flash flood. Maybe they had to go find new feeding grounds, and so they had to cross a river or something. It's hard to say. Or maybe, this is an animal that just lived a long, full life and, you know, died of old age there on the banks of a river and then tumbled down and got washed out to sea. Who knows? You know, it's hard to say. Although if there's plant material found in the throat, if that is true, then shoot, we're maybe it was vomiting as it died, in which case drowning would make sense. Never let go, Jack. Horrible creatures. Spoken like a true scientist. All kinds of horrible creatures. That, or maybe siderite formed around it, like with Borealopelta. I mean, that's an idea, too. I wonder if you would test that. Scientists from the UK, Pimcat. Yep. Really beautiful. Mm-hmm. Aren't the scutes beautiful, Claire? Yeah, absolutely. Charmouth. In Dorset? Is that right? Charmouth? That's where it's from, particularly. There we go. Yeah. Scelidosaurus, the dinosaur that we are currently printing. Pretty excited about this. It's gonna be pretty neat. We'll talk more about Scelidosaurus tomorrow, I'm sure, as it's printing, and Friday too. Talk about why it's always looking over its shoulder in pictures. Yeah. But before that, I've got some thanking to do, because holy cow, we've been doing a lot of 3D printing, like printed this full-size Allosaurus skull. And many people in chat, like myself, have been very excited about this. Very, very excited about this. Holy cow, this is an extraordinary print here. Look at that. Allosaurus. I still have yet to paint it and everything, but just in its raw form, straight off the printer, and glued together, obviously. I can't say straight off the printer, because it took a lot of work to put this together and clear all the supports and everything else. Yeah, and it took a lot of filament. So I put some more 3D printer filament on the Amazon wish list for paleontologizing. And holy cow, this community has really come together. Let me show you what showed up last night and this morning. Last night... Here, let me, Last night, we had some filament show up from Dawn. Holy cow. Check this out. 2 spools of more filament. So that's a whole 2 kilograms of this lovely stuff. Hatchbox, PLA. Man, if I could get a sponsorship through them, that would be amazing. But this is special blue filament, because we're going to be printing coelacanth. We're going to be printing this coelacanth right here, and now we can. I'm not going to print it this big. It's going to be big, because we have not 1, not even 2 from Dawn. Thank you, Dawn. I'm not entirely sure what your username is, but hope it's okay. I'm just calling you Dawn. Thank you very, very much. Holy cow. We've actually got 3 boxes of this filament. We can print a big ol' coelacanth. This is gonna be incredible. I am super, super excited about that. We might even be able to print one that's like almost life-size. We'll have to see. Holy cow. Very excited about this. But that isn't all. Oh, by the way, Dawn and David, number 3 from David. David, thank you. Not sure what your username is, and I don't want to blow up your spot, but thank you for sending me the 3rd spool right there. That is phenomenal, and I really appreciate it. But again, that's not all. Those showed up last night after my stream. I went into San Francisco this morning to take care of some stuff, came back, and there's a box right outside my apartment door. A box and another box. 2 boxes. We've got this one right here. Let me open it. Sure enough, more filament. This time, copper, my favorite color filament. Most of our Allosaurus here is printed in copper. Beautiful color. Oh boy. I was all out of copper. Now I've got some more. Thanks to Casually Average. Thank you very, very much for that, Casually Average. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. That's incredible. I'm going to be printing some more dinosaur skulls with this, with that beautiful copper color. We actually have a few that I still need to paint, like that Diplodocus skull up here, right here. That needs painting. Our Allosaurus needs painting. A few other skulls have printed in copper. Copper is just really beautiful. It's almost a shame to paint it, because it's just so pretty. But thank you, Casually Average. I appreciate that more than you know. Holy cow. Good stuff. Holy moly. And then, that's not all. Big Box showed up. Big ol' box showed up this morning. And we've got not one, not two, but 3 boxes more of silk brown filament. That's the same color that we printed our Plateosaurus skull and neck with. This nice color right here. Holy cow. And not just this, but also stuff that I'll need for painting. Painter's tape. That'll be especially useful for painting our Plateosaurus there, and the coelacanth too, for masking off certain areas and making sure that they don't get paint on them, especially when I'm doing some airbrushing. So, thank you kindly to a truck horn. Thank you, truck horn. Holy cow. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you very, very much. Incredible. Really astonishing. I think this is a total of 8 spools of 3D printer filament. I can run this printer basically 24/7 for a good while now. We're going to keep churning out more dinosaur skulls. More things like our coelacanth here. And also... Here, I'll show you some of the other things that I have planning... Well, that I have on the print and docket. One of them... is this. What is this, chat? Some of you know what this is? Yeah. Good old genus Limulus. A horseshoe crab. There you go, Jody Fish. Yes, indeed. Yeah. This is going to be really, really nice to have. A horseshoe crab. These guys have been around since long before the dinosaurs. They're still around today. I've always wanted one to put up on my wall. Now I can print that. So there's that. There's a whole bivvy of different dinosaur skulls, including a Massospondylus right here that I'm excited for.
He'll tell you that in nature...
Ozzy, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Massospondylus skull. So another basal sauropodomorph dinosaur. We'll be printing that. Life size. And, well, there's a bunch of other kind of smallish dinosaur skulls like that.
It's squashed completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same
Mighty Draz
as the wall of a dirter.
A dirter.
It's one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Mighty Draz, thank you so much for the 9 months of support. I actually just spoke with Kevin Padian yesterday at the museum, and I might see him tomorrow too. Yeah, we might actually be having Kevin Padian on as a guest here on this channel at the end of the month. I gotta talk to him about that further, send him some emails, but Kevin Padian, from that alert there, was one of the key witnesses in the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial back in 2005. And it'd be great to be able to talk to him about that a little bit when we do our Kitzmiller versus Dover streams at the end of September. So yeah, Yeah. Anyway, another big 3D print that I'm very excited to do is the skull of Dippy, the Diplodocus. Yeah. Very excited to print Dippy's skull life-sized. Wish I could do the whole skeleton, but we'll settle for the skull for now. Yeah, I'll have to break this up into pieces and print it likewise, but I don't have the whole skeleton files. I've only got the skull, Tommyplodicus. I also do not have a big enough living space to do the whole skeleton, so we'll have to settle for just Dippy's skull right now. Yeah. And Lenina says, I have an idea that could help the guest streams go more smoothly. Send me a DM, Lenina, or an email. I'm eager to hear that, because I want those to go as smoothly as possible. Yeah. And what did I miss? Shoot. Oh, Clipper, thank you. Pete Save Us says, Danny, you should get a hold of Nick from Polymaker and see if they will sponsor you for filament. Nick is a wonderful guy, and he's very active in the 3D printing community. I can get you contact information for him. That would be great. Pete Savas? That would be wonderful. Send me a DM here on Twitch. Or, better yet, email me. Paleontologizing@gmail.com. That could be really, really cool. I've actually got some pretty big 3D printing projects that I'm dreaming up right now. Yeah. For some museum exhibit stuff. So let me know. Send me an email. That sounds awesome. Thank you, Pete Salvas, and thank you for being persistent. I'm sorry I didn't see your messages up front. It's tough sometimes. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. And what kind of dinosaur was Dino from the Flintstones? This kind of dinosaur, Pimpcat. A sauropod. A long-necked plant-eating dinosaur. Yeah. Like Dippy right here. So we're gonna print a Dippy skull. Very excited about that, but let me show you something else. Something that I was thrilled to get the files for. This right here. The skull of Irritator, a Spinosaurid. This one, I'm so excited about this. Because you can disassemble it. Because the pieces are held together with magnets. This is really, really neat. This is going to be a wonderful teaching tool. I can't wait. Dinosaur Dave says, now you're just making us jealous? I mean, you'll get to enjoy this too. This is going to be super, super cool. I have the files for this now. I got them through Morphosource. And they've got little slots for the magnets to fit into, so it's all... I looked at this for a long time, and I thought that would be so cool to have this, but I don't know how to integrate magnets into it to make it work. You know, magnets, how do they work? Well, there's... When I downloaded the files, there's version 1 and version 2. One of those versions has slots for magnets. You just glue them in there. So I'm super excited about that. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Oh, man. I'm excited. I'll be able to do this now with some of this filament. I'll probably need a little bit more filament than what I have here, but... You know, we'll make this work. This is doable now, thanks to that generous support from chatters. This is super, super cool. Here, let's go back. Let's watch the assembly here. There we go. Yeah. This is really awesome. This is really, really awesome. There's the brain case right there fitting together. There's the frontals. Maxilla and the vomers right there. There's the nasals fitting onto the top, right above the nares. And you'll have the premaxillae on top like that. There we go. Yeah, there's the snoot. Yeah. Very nice. We'll have to learn how to put it together, though. Thalo, I've got a pretty good idea already, but it'll be really nice to practice, certainly. Yeah. So I'll be able to make this. I'm stoked. I'm very excited for this. Yeah. And as practice for that, there we go. Yeah. I'm going to be printing this. We'll do this before Halloween. A human skull. There we go. With magnets integrated. So this will be like a nice test run for our full-size Spinosaurid skull, our irritator dinosaur. That's going to be tougher. This is going to be a nice practice run for that. Yeah. Human skull with magnets. Yeah. This is going to be super, super cool. I cannot wait. All the cool things we can do with more 3D printer filaments. Yeah. Beautiful. In glow-in-the-dark filament? I do have glow-in-the-dark filament HD, so we could do that. That's a possibility, I suppose. Yeah. Alas, poor Yorick. The skull is full of magnets. Good stuff. Oh, man. I'm excited. So, yeah. And, of course, we'll have a Scelidosaurus skull done by the end of the week. Let's see how much longer is left on this current print. Nine hours, 42 minutes left on this one. But, yeah. Yeah, nice. Will I use rare earth magnets? I think I'll use neodymium magnets, because they seem to work the best, Texas Cryptid. Yeah, yeah. Which, I honestly need to put some of those on the wish list in order to be able to do that skull. Yeah. 66 of the 1/8 inch by 1/16 inch cylindrical, and 38 of the 1/4 inch by 1/8 inch cylindrical. So let's see. Need 66 of those. See here. Be right there. I will add this one to the Amazon wish list, just in case, if anybody's feeling super generous and they want to see this come together with magnets. Yeah. And 1/4 by 1/8 inch cylindrical magnets. Those are on the list too. Beautiful. Excellent. Well, Yes. Exciting stuff. KJ Magnetics is where I usually go for magnets in bulk. Well, if nobody gets them for me from the wish list, that's probably where I'll get them, Iliumworks. And I'll have to save up for them. But yeah. It's funny because... KJMagnetics.com is a good source for magnets. They say that right here on the page. Iliumworks knows what's up. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. And Hanukkah starts December 7th this year. Yes, Lenina. Yeah. We'll do that too.
I've encountered in all my distinguished career. But enough about my work. What did you want to show me, Lisa?
Indiglo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, Lenina, I've got it on my calendar. Thank you. Yeah. And CMS Magnetics. Oh, cool, Trek Nerd. I'll check that out too. CMS Magnetics. Neat. Yeah. Awesome. Oh man, I'm so incredibly grateful for all of the support from this community. This is pretty incredible. I'm currently looking into moving into a new office where rent will be a bit cheaper and I'll have a bit more space. And this whole setup will change a bit. But it'll be much cooler, I think. And it'll be better for showing off some 3D prints as well. Kind of periodically changing them out rather than having this be the same stuff every day, you know? So stay tuned for that. It would be like December that I would be moving. So, yeah. Yeah. And Indiglo says, you're most welcome. Wow, I'm so glad I found your community. Welcome, Indiglo. Yeah, if you stick around and if we get a raid or something, I'll play a welcome video for your benefit and for theirs, for the new people who come in with the raid. And you'll get a good sense for what this community is all about, who I am, all that good stuff. But for the time being, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist here on Twitch doing some good old-fashioned science outreach. That includes going over fossil news. We've got a brand new species of dinosaur just described, just published today. We'll be covering that tomorrow, actually. And, yeah, we do 3D printing, viewer Q&A. Going to be starting to do more interviews with other paleontologists, that kind of thing. And during the summers, I go out and dig up dinosaurs in the field, and I try and stream that whenever I can. So next summer, we're going to have some live stream dinosaur digs once again. So again, stick around. It's good to have you here, Indiglo. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. That's what we had on the agenda for today. That done. And, this I thought was kind of interesting. I saw this tweet yesterday, and there's an associated article that I thought was funny. The popularity of the Barbie movie reminded this scientist she has the paleontologist Barbie doll from 1996, and some reactions from the geoscience community that appeared in Earth magazine. This is a blog post here. I've not yet seen the Barbie movie. I've seen one half of the duology. I saw Oppenheimer last Friday, but I have not seen the Barbie movie yet. But yeah, paleontologist Barbie is one of those things that's kind of... You hear about it a lot as a paleontologist. And there are some famous paleontologists who have paleontologist Barbies that sometimes bring into the field and uses scale bars in the field. It's pretty cool, actually. I don't know. I think sometimes it's important as a you know, masculine, bearded, you know, khaki-wearing paleontologist to, get some representation of people who don't look exactly like me. And maybe it's really goofy to, you know, talk about Barbie here, but that's what we're gonna do for a minute. So yeah. Show my feminine side. Yeah, there you go, Haraz. Yeah. Can we find a commercial for paleontologist Barbie? Was this a thing? Let's scour YouTube for a second here. What is this? You can be a paleontologist. Yes, you can. Oop. Sorry. There's the sound.
This is Peter, the Triceratops. This
Peter?
is
What?
Sally, the T-Rex. Maybe they were married, but we don't know. They look like they were in love.
Yeah, it's a little goofy. Didn't actually talk about fossil science at all, but whatever. Yeah. What is this going to be about?
Out of that box.
Okay.
Hey everybody, it's the doll circle. Get her out of the box. So this is paleontologist Barbie. And like I said, just because of the movie coming out for Jurassic World, I feel like taking this one out. And she is from 1996. So a couple years after the first Jurassic Park movie came out, which I love the first one. Like, I love that
Me
movie
too.
so much.
Yeah.
Here she is with her little dinosaur.
Common ground there.
And the packaging, as you can see, it got really tore up, so that's why we're going to take it out. I like on the back it shows pictures
Yes.
of bones.
Agreed, Emma. Science.
Teach you how to make it, which is really interesting. But yeah, the box, like I said, has seen some love. But she's from 1996, and I figure, you know what, we're going to take her out and look at her a little bit closer. Because
What does paleontologist Barbie have with her?
the time, like, the accessories are all separate, but, like, for some reason, this was all in the bag. Look, she has little, like, let me get it out here and show you. I don't know if you guys can get a close-up of these. But in her little, like, bag, it's hard to show you guys.
Little dinosaur cards? And a pterosaur card.
Like, Pokemon cards with dinosaurs on them. That's really cute. I like that. And they were in her awesome little messenger bag, which actually is functional.
That's
really
cool.
nice. See,
I use a messenger bag like that sometimes in the field. So that's a legitimate accessory.
she had a map,
Yeah.
which is really
And is that Pangea? Holy cow, wait. Are those all the continents smushed together? It is indeed very nice. That's not too shabby because this is 150 million years ago. 170 million years ago, rather. Yeah, Earth's continents were smushed together into one big supercontinent. We go back even further to, like, around the time of the first dinosaurs. There we go. Pangea. So this is some real science there. In the paleontologist Barbie box.
which is really weird. The dinosaurs are just all printed out on this map. This, which I have no clue what it does. I thought it was a pog, but it's not. I don't know. It's a clip of some sort.
Huh.
She comes with 2 little dinosaurs.
Ooh, we've got some kind of generic sauropod and looks like an old school
A
tyrannosaur.
little T-Rex and a little brontosaurus. Look at that. It's so cute. I'm not focusing on it. Yay! And then it comes with, I left them in the plastic to show you guys some little tools. And then obviously the Barbie brush. We've got to have a million of those. And then this one has a, let's get this off here, a canteen, which I think opens. Hold on, I forgot one of the little ties on here. It does not open, but is a pink little like canteen for her water.
I know somebody who had a pink canteen like that in the field that she actually used in the field.
All right, I
Yeah.
get the style and stuff like that. But I'm like, if you're like going out, does everybody have to wear the same style short? Because even in Jurassic Park,
We don't. My shorts actually look kind of like that. Most paleontologists do not wear shorts in the field. Most paleontologists wear long pants. I wear shorts in the field that actually don't look too dissimilar from that. In fact, look, got shorts on right now that, yeah, they're not too dissimilar from that, I suppose. But that's because I do really well in the heat unless I'm wearing long pants, in which case I will die. I will perish if I have to wear long pants in temperatures higher than like 60 degrees Fahrenheit. You can calculate that out to Celsius. I'm not very good at doing that in my head. It's probably what, like 25 degrees Celsius, something like that. Anyway, most paleontologists actually wear long pants in the field. I have to wear shorts or I will die. Maybe paleontologist Barbie is the same way.
everybody had the same brown shorts. I was just like, it's like the uniform. Like, I'm gonna go search for dinosaurs. I must wear these pants. Like, it's a cute.
It's
outfit,
not a uniform,
though, overall.
but it is something I wear.
I
Yeah.
Shirt. I like her little hat, and she has a cute little scarf, a pink ring. Remember when Barbie's?
And actually, a scarf like that is really useful in the field sometimes. Like, the shirt is a little goofy maybe, but like, I sometimes wear a scarf in the field. A shamag or a kafaya. Let me go grab it. Yeah. Yeah. Like one of these. They're all rolled up neatly because I've brought them back from the field. But let's do the orange one. I've been shot at in the field before. And so if I'm in an area where there's a lot of nearsighted hunters, sometimes I'll have this on. It protects your neck from the sun. It keeps the bugs off you. You can soak it with water to help cool you off. It's just a good thing to have. It's a very practical kind of garment. So, yeah. Yeah, and the orange does maybe make it a little bit easier to see. Maybe. That's the hope. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. So, a scarf, you know, a field scarf like this, a useful piece of equipment when you're out in the field.
She's always had rings on, like always. And then she has matching pink dot earrings.
I don't have those.
Look at this. Like, this is actual real fabric and a real, like, leathery feeling belt. It's not real leather, but, you know, it feels like leather. And then the boots and the socks, like...
Nice.
Just the detailing is just, I miss this so
Danny sees their dinosaur tape, yeah.
And then, of course, you got her traditional, like, 90s face. And then, look at all this thick, beautiful hair.
I don't have that. Yeah.
Oh, gosh, real buttons.
Well, I have thick hair, but I don't keep it long.
Snaps and real buttons. Oh,
Nice.
amazing.
So anyway, paleontologist Barbie. It's a thing. And, yeah. So this is an article by Laura Gertine, When Barbie Was a Paleontologist, from the Advancing Earth and Space Sciences AGU website. Yeah. Geologists definitely took notice of the paleontologist Barbie. The April 1988 issue of Earth magazine featured a column written by Steve Mirsky, a review titled Barbie Has a Bone to Pick. He details how a paleontologist at the University of California, Santa Cruz and her students modified the clothing to make it look worn, covered her in dirt, and covered her with a second-degree sunburn. They also cut her hair to be short. The article stated, real paleontologists also wonder how Barbie keeps her flaxen tresses so fabulous in the field. The article has a photo of before, out of the box, and after modifications of the doll, along with comments from scientists about this Barbie that range from completely sickening to bodacious. You know, you've got different opinions from geoscientists on Paleo Barbie. We should really ask Volcano Doc and Rocket Sage, who are two geoscientists who stream here on Twitch. Can we get a shout out for each of them, Volcano Doc and Rocket Sage? See if they're familiar with paleontologist Barbie. Yeah. Maybe we'll get really lucky and one of them will be streaming today when we raid out. But yeah. I wonder if we can find that original article. Barbie has a bone to pick. Steve Mirsky. Let's search for that. Nope, it is not online. Not that I can find. Shoot. Yeah. Anyway, if you'd like to read the rest of this article, there you go. If you're a paleontologist or a Barbie head or I don't know, you just find this sort of pop culture kitsch interesting like I do sometimes. Check that out. Yeah. She needs a mustard bottle if she's good to go. There you go, Steely Dan, yeah. And Tila Aurora says, I never dug out dinosaurs, only people. Yeah, do you have a background in archaeology, Tila Aurora? Yeah. The field fashion is 50 Shades of Clay. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. And maybe we can find Tony Martin and his paleontologist Barbie. Tony Martin is a colleague of mine. He's got a new book called Life Sculpted. Good book. I started reading it yesterday on the train. Excellent stuff. We're going to see if we can actually interview him here on stream. But he is a paleontologist Barbie that he brings into the field as like a jokey thing. There she is there. Into the field and into collections. This is paleontologist Barbie's first trip to California. She's thrilled to be here as a part of PaleoCon 3023. That seems like a typo. At Western Science Center. And on Fossil Friday, no less. There you go. He takes a lot of pictures with Paleo Barbie. In the field as like a scale bar. It's a goofy thing that he does on Twitter, but yeah. Oh, I saw a flash of pink there. There we go. Yeah. Anyway, oh, and there he is with his new book. We're gonna see if I actually sent Tony an email yesterday morning asking if we could interview him about his new book here on Paleontologizing in the coming weeks. He and I talked about that when we were at the conference together in Utah back in June. And he was all gung-ho about it. So hopefully he gets back soon and that'll be a go. We can do that. So yeah. Anyway. And oh boy, Gimpleg. Oh boy, Torosaurus. Dinosaur deep dive there. Gimpleg. Do you know what you've just asked for right now? That's a controversial dinosaur. Were you aware of this, Gimpleg, when you requested that? Ah! That was why? Oh boy. This could take a whole stream's worth of material. Let's get to that in a minute. But first, Dinosaur Dave has got an official Lego minifigure paleontologist. Let's take a look. Well. She looks quite similar to how I dress in the field. Am I that much of an archetype? Oh boy. She's holding a fossil bone and an ammonite. Cool. We've got a khaki shirt with, I forget what that kind of pocket is called. Lordy could tell us, the clothing guru. Yeah. A bandana around her neck. A belt, shorts, boots, long socks, and, of course, a sun helmet. This is, like, exactly how I dress in the field. This is wild. It really is. Holy cow. Lego doesn't do epaulets. I guess so, HD. Yeah. Yeah. 95% of what you're wearing right now? I mean... Yeah. Need glasses, though. Yeah, I don't need glasses, so I'm good there. Oh, and Fukuisaurus. Yeah, we should do that too. Is Mayor of Space here right now? Maybe we'll do that first, and then we'll do Torosaurus. But, that's kind of uncanny. Yeah. Here, let's go back and find some of our VODs from the summer when I was in the field. There we go. This is...
Now we'll show you what we've been digging up.
This is how I dress in the field. At least when it's really hot out, I'll wear the sun helmet, because it is one of the best things that you can wear when you're out in very hot temperatures. It shields you from the sun. It provides a nice layer of air between your head and the helmet itself, so if there's any sort of a breeze, it goes directly over your head, just like air conditioning. That's why postal workers would wear that. And the Viet Cong, you know? Practical people all. So yeah, that's kind of uncanny. Thank you for sharing, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. Good stuff. Emelith says, but Danny, you look like you're cosplaying a paleontologist. I am a paleontologist. I don't know. It's like... Would you say that to a postal worker? You know, who's wearing shorts and black socks and a sun helmet? You know? Yeah. The most practical gear that you can wear is what I've got. You know? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Let's talk about... Are you cosplaying yourself? Yeah, there you go, Thagamismer. Yeah, I guess so. You know? What was that? Yeah. It reminds me of this old story. When Charlie Chaplin entered a Charlie Chaplin lookalike contest and came in 20th place. This was in San Francisco, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh no, sorry, Bellingham, Washington. Okay. According to legend, somewhere between 1915 and 1921, Chaplin decided to enter a Chaplin lookalike contest and lost. Badly. Yeah. A century later, many consider the story the stuff of urban legend. When one researcher asked the Association Chaplin to weigh in, they apparently had this to say: this anecdote told by Lord Desborough, whoever he may have been, was quite widely reported in the British press at the time. There are no other references to such a competition and any other press clippings that I have seen, so I can only assume that this is the source of that rumor, urban myth, whatever it is. However, it may be true. Yeah, it probably didn't happen. It's kind of too perfect, you know? Let's try this one. You went to college in Bellingham. Very cool. Someone's with Wales. Very cool. Yeah. And Milicia Total. Buenas noches a ti también. Thank you for being here. Myth or fact? There are indeed references in newspapers. However, as many of these things happen, it could very well be that they're just copying one another. Yeah. Same concept copied again and again. We don't know if Mary Pickford actually told this story as the original article published on Sheffield Evening Telegraph doesn't even mention Mary Pickford. Truth is, he might have. There's no other reference. I personally think that this is a myth that was published on a British newspaper and then copied without any actual source by several other newspapers, as it was a nice gossip. Remember that Charlie Chaplin was a favorite actor at the time. Yeah, I would actually really like to see this topic covered by Skeptoid, which is kind of like a like urban legends and like skepticism kind of podcast. It's good stuff. And I'd highly recommend it to anybody who's interested in different urban legends, bits of pseudoscience, stuff like that, to get the real factual take on these things. Skeptoid's usually pretty decent with that. So check them out. Yeah. But yeah, Blue and I have followed Brian Dunning for years. He's great. Yeah, Lenina. Good stuff. Yeah. And the really neat thing about Skeptoid is that since Brian Dunning goes really in-depth with a lot of these different topics, inevitably there will be a few errors here and there. There'll be a few things that he'll get wrong, because he's not an expert in everything. But it's like every 20th episode, or something like that, he'll do a corrections episode. In which, yeah, there we go. Here's one from June 17th. Or June 27th, rather. Yeah. More often than not, when a correction is found, it's a learning experience for me as well as for some of you. I say some because the rest were probably tearing their hair and rending their garments when I brazenly uttered the erroneous statement to begin with. But regardless, corrections we have today, and corrections we shall now apply. So, it's good stuff. Skeptoid, it's, you know, a good source of information. If you want to get the straight dope on all kinds of urban legends and pop phenomena, haunted houses and cryptozoology and stuff like that. If you want to actually get the real facts, check out Skeptoid. It's good stuff. Correction episode just like science. Exactly, Seacan. Exactly. Yes. One of the reasons I like this so much. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, let's get into some deep dives. Do we have the Mayor of Space here? We don't. Well, shoot. I guess we'll just get into Torosaurus for Gimpleg. Oh, boy. So Torosaurus is one of those dinosaurs which I'm not sure what to think about it right now. That's a pretty decent reconstruction of the critter. Is Torosaurus a real dinosaur? Real in the sense that it's its own species or genus? Or is it the same thing as Triceratops? It kind of comes down to this. It comes down to ontogeny, one of our favorite topics here on Paleontologizing. Ontogeny is, well, let's just go back to the beginning of this, shall we? Let's go back to the very beginning. That's, as that song goes, a very good place to start, right? The latest Kate, thanks for that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Tara asked for a show of hands or a clapping of people in different generations. I'm interested in how many.
Hi to you too, Kate. Thanks for being here.
12 years old.
This is my old boss, Jack Horner.
No. All right. Well, I'm going to talk about dinosaurs. Do you remember dinosaurs when you were that age?
I'm actually going to run to the bathroom real quick, but I'll let Jack set the stage here for a discussion of ontogeny. Be right back.
Dinosaurs are kind of funny. I mean, you know, ontogeny. We're going to kind of go in a different direction right now. I hope you all realize that, right? So I'll just give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct. That's it. People ask me a lot. Ontogeny. In fact, one of the most asked questions I get is, why do children like dinosaurs so much? I mean, what's the fascination? And glue is cheap. I usually just say, well, you know, dinosaurs were big, different, and gone. They're all gone. Well, that's not true, but we'll get to the goose in a minute. So that's sort of the theme. Big, different, and gone. The title of my talk, Shape-Shifting Dinosaurs, the Cause for a Premature Extinction. Now, I assume that we remember dinosaurs, and, you know, there's lots of different shapes, lots of different kinds. A long time ago, back in the early 1900s, museums were out looking for dinosaurs. They went out and gathered them up. And this is an interesting story. Every museum wanted a little bigger or better one than anybody else had. So if the museum in Toronto went out and collected a tyrannosaur, a big one, then the museum in Ottawa wanted a bigger one.
Yep.
A better one. And that happened for all the museums. So everyone was out looking for all these bigger and better dinosaurs. And this was in the early 1900s. By about 1970, some scientists were sitting around and they thought,
and you know what? Maybe this is even the best way to go about this, talking about Torosaurus. Maybe we'll skip to another video, actually. And those of you who are watching this summer, we'll watch this one another time, I am certain, because we're always talking about ontogeny here on this channel. That's where those ontogeny audio clips actually came from, was from that video. I clipped those out of there. But maybe we go to another video. A debate about Triceratops versus Torosaurus with Jack Horner and another paleontologist, which some of you will recognize because I streamed with him this past summer. He joined our crew in Wyoming. Take a look.
In charge of vertebrate paleontology and your moderator of this evening's entertainment, Smackdown at the Bean Club.
Not Don Kleber. No.
And in this corner, wearing the blue shirt, better than 200 pounds, more than 6 foot. It's my honor and pleasure to introduce the reigning world champion, Jack the Hammer Horner.
Oh, boy.
And in this corner, wearing the red power tie, but under 6 foot and under 200 pounds, is Nick the Knife
You got it now?
Defender of Yale's honor. So, and the subject for our debate tonight, of course, is the species status of Torosaurus versus Triceratops. Jack will begin by presenting his case, basically that Torosaurus is a full-grown Triceratops, and thus the same species. Following that, Nick will present his thesis, which is that Torosaurus and Triceratops
These closed captions are awful.
different species of horned dinosaurs. And with that, gentlemen, start your motors. And, wait a second, like, no biting, no gouging, and no low blows. But given that we're working on ceratopsians, of course, we have to allow headbutting. And with that, let's begin.
Yeah. So, in this, we've got Jack Horner, who is going to advocate for the idea that Torosaurus and Triceratops are just the same dinosaur. And then we have Nick Longrich, who published a rebuttal paper saying that Torosaurus is a different dinosaur from Triceratops. And, well, shoot, maybe we go back to that other video and I just show you the Torosaurus clip. Here. Let's see. There we go.
They're all over the place. So we have a whole bunch of them at our museums.
Yeah.
At Berkeley, he and I were looking at Triceratops. And before the year 2000, now remember, Triceratops was first found in the 1800s. Before 2000, no one had ever seen a juvenile Triceratops.
Yep.
There's a Triceratops in every museum in the world, but no one had ever collected a juvenile. And we know why, right? Because everybody wants to have a big one.
Yep, like we were talking about earlier.
A big one. So we went out and collected a whole bunch of stuff, and we found a whole bunch of little ones. They're everywhere. They're all over the place. So we have a whole bunch of them at our museum.
Yep. At this Museum of the Rockies. Jack isn't at Museum of the Rockies anymore. I'm not either. I left shortly after Jack was pushed out. Yeah. Long story. But anyway, at Museum of the Rockies, there are a lot of Triceratops specimens, like over 100. The largest collection of Triceratops in the entire world. It's an enormous sample size from all throughout the Hell Creek, from the very bottom of the Hell Creek to the very top. And, yeah.
Because I have a little museum. Where you have a little museum, you have little dinosaurs. So, if you look at the Triceratops, you can see it's changing, it's shape-shifting. As the juveniles are growing up.
So this is actually something that we have here in chat. Those subscriber badges there represent Triceratops ontogeny. You start off as a little baby Triceratops, like this one here. As you grow and stay a subscriber for longer and longer, your Triceratops continues to mature. Let me see if I can find you the original art that I did for these. There we go. Should be in emotes, etc., I think. Sub badges. Yeah. There's our baby Triceratops right there. Well, first there's an egg, but then there's the baby Triceratops. And we've got a small juvenile Triceratops right here. See how the horns are curving back like that as they get longer? And then we have a Triceratops represented by the specimen Juvitrike 3. Like this, it's getting bigger. Horns are still curving backwards like that. And then MOR 1120 is the next growth stage. Looks like this. Yeah. And then we have a more or less adult Triceratops. Right here. Yeah. But then after that, I have this right here. Which, if you consider Torosaurus to be a different dinosaur than Triceratops, you would call this Torosaurus. Here in our chat, you know, we have this as just another growth stage of Triceratops. And this is the idea that Jack Horner puts forth here.
Their horns actually
the horns straighten
backwards,
out. Yeah.
And then as they get older, the horns grow forward.
Yep.
And that's pretty cool. If you look along the edge of the frill, they have these little triangular bones.
Isn't that cool, Gooberfish? Yeah.
Grow big.
Hey, Moohoodles, welcome, welcome.
And then they flatten against the frill, pretty much like the spikes do on the Pachycephalosaurs. And then, because the juveniles are in my collection, I
cut them up.
Cut them open.
Yeah.
And look inside. And the little one is really spongy. And the middle-sized one is really spongy. But what was interesting was the adult Triceratops was also spongy. And this is
What?
really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And thank you, Reagan Nation, for gifting Moohoodles.
Tier 1 sub to Moohoodles.
I do appreciate that, Reagan Nation.
Gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Reagan Nation. I really appreciate that.
Skull that is 2 meters long.
Good
It's a
stuff.
big
Enjoy your sub,
skull.
Moo.
But there's another dinosaur that is found in this formation that looks like
fellow
a
panel
Triceratops,
members. There you go.
except it's bigger.
By the way, brief interruption here. Moohoodles has entered the chat. Hello, Moohoodles. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Moohoodles and I will actually be co-hosting a panel at TwitchCon this year on October 22nd, I believe. Is it 22nd or the 23rd? All about doing science on Twitch, doing science outreach. And Haraz, thank you for those gift subs. Look at this beautiful bird. So excited about those subs. Uh-oh, that's too many subs for this bird. Oh, shoot, what have you done, Haraz? Uh-oh.
Harsh is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow. Thank you, Haraz, for those 10 gift subs. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you kindly. Don't worry about the bird. He'll be fine. Yeah. So anyway, if any of you are going to be attending TwitchCon, make sure you check that out. And thank you, C. Ken, for the 300 bits.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet. Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Holy cow.
40 best months.
40 months of support from Lordy. Holy cow. Extraordinary. Thank you very, very much, Lordy. I really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me here on the air for the past 40 months. That is extraordinary, and I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Amazing. Thank you, Lordy. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Anyway, what were we saying? Oh, yeah. Before all of that, awesome stuff. Thank you for the support, everyone. Yeah. Moohoodles is here in chat right now. There she is. Yeah. We're co-hosting a panel called the Scientific Method Twitch Edition at TwitchCon this year. Me and Moohoodles, Nerduino, there's me, Science Streams, and Volcano Doc will be hosting a special panel talking about doing science outreach on Twitch. So if you're going to be at TwitchCon, make sure you catch that. Yeah. Very cool. And how does paleontology support this scientific mythos? I'm not sure what mythos is, Mr. Knight, the IT guy. But paleontology certainly follows the scientific method. Yeah. The reason that the thing that separates science from other ways of knowing is that science tests things. And in paleontology, we test ideas, like in all branches of science. We don't just say, oh, I have a hunch or an opinion about this. Well, you know, I've got a certain inkling or a certain feeling. That doesn't count for squat. It's all about testing ideas in any branch of science, including paleontology. And that gets into our discussion of Triceratops and Torosaurus here. So let's get back into that. Again, we're doing a dinosaur deep dive here for, it was for Gimpleg, right? Yeah, Gimpleg. Deep dive on Torosaurus. Holy cow, you know this is going to be a long one.
And it's
yeah.
Torosaurus. And Torosaurus, when we cut into it, has mature bone. But it's got these big holes in its shield, and everybody says, a Triceratops and a Torosaurus can't possibly be the same animal because one of them's bigger than the other one. And it has holes in its frill. And I said, well, do we have any juvenile Torosauruses? And they said, well, no, but it has holes in its frill.
And there are actually some claimed juvenile Torosaurus now, which I think makes sense if you consider heterochrony, because they seem to be from the lower Hell Creek or even earlier than that, potentially. But that's a discussion for another time, maybe.
So one of my graduate students, John Scelidosaurus, looked through our whole collection, and he actually discovered that the hole starting to form in Triceratops, and of course it's open in Torosaurus. So he found the transitional ones between Triceratops and Torosaurus.
And I don't know, I've seen some specimens where we actually have Triceratops that have fenestrae. Like, they're starting to fenestrate. Some of them, it's really hard to tell if that would actually be open as the animal was alive, because it's extraordinarily thin. The frill gets just, like, micron thin to the point where, like, is there a hole there because it was, you know, somebody dug through it in the field, or is it a hole there because there was a hole there in life? You know? So yeah, fenestra. Yeah, it's Latin or Greek for window, Atreus. Probably Latin. But yeah.
Which was pretty cool. So now we know that Torosaurus is actually a grown-up Triceratops.
At least that's the idea. And so that is what Jack is debating here with Nick Longrich. Yeah. In this video, I'll give you a link to this.
Jack versus all of New Haven. Yes, wow. Okay, so this is our question up here. Triceratops or Triceratops and Torosaurus. And it is an interesting question.
It's a very interesting question.
This is a subject that my student John Scelidosaurus and I have been working on for a while. And basically what I'd like to remind everyone, this is a quote from John Ostrom at Yale University.
Yeah, Ostrom's right about this.
There will be anatomical differences between
Let me check on the 3D printer.
A long-standing paleontological tradition emphasizes these differences in establishing new taxa while underrating morphological similarities. Like, do you keep that in mind? That was said here. Now, one of the things that we like to do at Montana State University, is we think that you cannot really evaluate, truly evaluate a taxon of any kind, determine what it's related to, until you have a lot of scientific information.
Your unified frames of reference.
That includes geographic data,
Yep.
morphologic data, stratigraphy. You need to know where it is in time. You need to know what kind of sediments that it's in. And you also need to know whether it's a juvenile or not. You need to know its ontogeny. In other words, you need to sort of know its growth stages. And so that's what we do. Ontogeny. We don't. Someone once said that it looked like we had a hit list of animals we were trying to Ontogeny. That is not true. What we are trying to do is evaluate all of them using the same kind of data. So with that in mind, think about the Triceratops specimens that are here at Yale. And there's lots of them. Marsh and Hatcher and a lot of people went out and collected a lot of Triceratops specimens. And they collected them from Wyoming, where they have a pretty good idea, at least according to John Ostrom, of where they came from, geographically, but not
stratigraphically. Yeah, this is a big thing.
Information. They have no taphomorphologic information, and as far as I know, no ontogenetic information. So basically, of all the data they need, they have very little.
Yep.
And in 1999, I started what we call the Hell Creek Project in Montana, and the idea was to spend...
The closed captions here. Not Hell Creek Project, the Health Drink Project.
At least collecting as much data as we could possibly get, including as many new specimens as we could get. So we had all this kind of information. And we went out and we collected everything. And we spent incredible amounts of money.
Yeah, and Quiglius, we do have some evidence that certain dinosaurs would have grown larger than others, like within the same species. I don't know if we'd call it gigantism like we have in humans, but we do... Dinosaurs grew a little bit different from humans in the sense that, like... Well, maybe it's not that different. If a dinosaur, as it's growing, had a lot of access to more food, it may have grown larger than ones who were living through a famine or something like that. And so we do have evidence that, like, certain individual dinosaurs would have grown a lot larger just by virtue of, like, having an easier life, you know? There's an interesting idea about Tyrannosaurus about that it was published on recently. That, like, some certain Tyrannosaurus specimens may have grown, like, 30% larger than your average Tyrannosaurus. But we only have fragmentary remains of them so far. So, yeah. But not like the diseases we know it. No, Quiglius, no. Different. Yeah. Good question.
No matter how bad it looked, if it looked like this, we went out and collected it. And we used helicopters and we used boats. We virtually could go anywhere and collect anything. So there was nothing left that we didn't collect. And we also...
Anyway, so yeah, Jet goes through this. And then, yeah.
By looking at them stratigraphically, we see that actually there are different species from different levels.
Yep.
There was, for a long time, there was thought, when Ostrom went out and looked...
There's Yoshi's trike right there.
Came to the conclusion, he and Wellenhofer came to the conclusion that there was probably one species. And then, some years ago, Captain Forrester...
The world's first armored tank, you might...
Wuday, thank you.
That trunk is completely covered with thin, bony plates.
Is it Wuday or Wood? Let me know. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for that follow.
Went through and looked at Triceratops specimens.
Thank you, Milicia. I appreciate that. Danny, your streamings are so interesting and full of knowledge. Thank you, Milicia. Your comments are so positive and full of kindness. I appreciate you. Thank you.
A Persis and a Horridus. And she thought maybe it was a geographic thing. But we have since found all of the Horridus specimens are at the bottom of the formation, all of the Persis specimens are at the top of the formation, and we even have some intermediate things in between.
So anyway, we can watch Triceratops evolve over time. That's Jack's point right here. By the way, I helped dig up this specimen in the middle. MOR 3027 is Yoshi's trike, or the Yoshi's trike site specimen. Yeah. Pretty cool. So anyway, looking at the fenestrae and everything, looking at
Triceratops, the frill,
the histology,
Triceratops and the tauromorph, cut into them and look at them, it's real simple to see that the Triceratops morph is still growing. It has juvenile or subadult bone, whereas the tauromorphs have mature bone, denser.
So that's the thing, is that the, like, Torosaurus specimens, they seem to be mature for the most part ontogenetically. A lot of the Triceratops specimens are not mature ontogenetically, and we don't have any mature... I don't think we have a single, like, mature Triceratops where the bone is clearly mature bone that doesn't have the fenestrae and the frill like that. You know? Yeah.
Now, another thing we do is actually...
So anyway, that's basically the idea from Jack. Let's get into Nick Longrich and his slides here, which I think start right here. So, the other half of this debate. Paleontologists who think that Torosaurus is a different, distinct dinosaur.
I'm going to talk
Here we go.
Triceratops, one dinosaur or two. I'll look at the fossils, and I'd just like to say that thanks for you guys for coming here, and just like to say I think Jack has some really interesting ideas about Torosaurus and Triceratops, and it's been very provocative, and it's kind of got us to take another look at these fossils and try and look at them in a different way. And I think there's some very interesting ideas. But we've got some new evidence that we think will shed some light on this, and we'll try and, we've got some surprises for you here tonight. So just to summarize things, paleontology and biology start out with species. Ultimately, it all goes back to species. Before you can talk about diversity, evolution, extinction, you have to know how many species there are. You have to name your species. So
Kind of.
Brought up is, how do you know if the species we name are actually real? We're just young and old of one animal. How do we know if we're doing it right? And we are proposing a three-part test to see if you're actually looking at just the old and the young of the same species. We need to look at three things: the range, where are the animals found? 2, we need to look for the existence of intermediates. And 3, we need to look at age. Not age in the sense of how many millions of years old they are, but that is, are they mature or are they immature? And we've done this for Torosaurus and Triceratops, and we found some surprises along the way. And I'll just show you what we're getting here tonight. So the horned dinosaurs were originally described here at Yale by O.C. Marsh.
Yep, and there's some background, yada, yada, yada. So yeah, originally there were a bunch of different species of Triceratops named. It turns out there's just probably 2. There should be a third one named that's an intermediate between those two because one evolves into another, which evolves into another. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know if Nick Longrich actually, agrees with that idea, but whatever. That's kind of beside the point. Yeah. Yeah. Development and ontogeny.
Here's an example of where it's been a problem and how we fixed it. This is an animal called Nanotyrannus, the mini tyrannosaur. And you can see it's got a longer, narrower snout, more slender jaws, lots of tiny teeth, great big eye. Different species, at least some people said so. Other people said this is just a young...
Nick Longrich currently thinks that Nanotyrannus is a different species or different genus than Tyrannosaurus. I was talking with him about that this summer when we were in the field together.
So
yeah.
How do you tell the difference? The first is you look at where they come from. If they never occur together, it's kind of hard for them to be the same species. But in fact, Nanotyrannus comes from out here in Wyoming, where Triceratops and Torosaurus do, and it occurs alongside T-Rex.
Yep,
So
same time, same place.
Species. The second is intermediates. Nanotyrannus here, T-Rex up here. If you line them all up from small to big, they just transform one into the other perfectly. Nice, perfect growth series. That's consistent with this being just the juvenile of this.
That's interesting that Nick Longrich was saying this back then, because this summer he was arguing for Nanotyrannus being a different genus than Tyrannosaurus. In fact, he thought that there were like maybe 2 or 3 or 4 different species of Nanotyrannus, all separate from T-Rex. We had a big discussion about this summer, back in June.
And last of all, to be a juvenile T-Rex, it has to be, well, a juvenile, fairly obviously. And you can get at that by looking at bone texture.
Yep.
And you have this kind of coarse grain to the bone. And this is typical, we know from looking at modern animals, typical of young, rapidly growing animals. And this is a juvenile feature. So we're 3 for 3. These guys live in the same time and place. They're intermediates that link these into a series. And it's
Hang on, he may not have said 3 or 4. I think he said at least 2 species of. Don't quote me on saying that 3 or 4. I want to be as fair as I can about this. I think he said there's probably at least 2 species of Nanotyrannus.
immature.
Oh.
And most people would buy now that this is young T-Rex. It's not impossible it's something separate, but we don't have any good evidence to make it anything else. So this definitely happens, and it is a major problem.
Interesting.
But that means we can also solve it, just like we did for T-Rex. We can look at these 3 things. Look at the range.
Yeah.
If they're the same dinosaur, Torosaurus and Triceratops have to occur together. We can look for intermediates. If these are the same dinosaur, there have to be things that are perfectly in between the two. And then age. If this is really the adult of Triceratops, these animals all have to be adult, and these guys have to be more immature. And if the fossils show 1, 2, and 3, then I'm willing to concede that these are the same species. We have to admit that's probably the most likely explanation.
Yeah.
Even one of these fails, then they've got to be separate species. You've got to have all these where you don't have a case to make these the same species. So what do we see? Well, we went and we looked at the data from the literature and from the museums and tried to figure this out. And we looked at the distribution, first of all. And they co-occur in a lot of places, but the distributions don't match perfectly. Notably, you don't get any Torosaurus up here. And Triceratops is, when you go out and look, there's tons and tons of Triceratops here and the occasional Torosaurus. But it's only Torosaurus down here as far as we know.
Which would make sense if, basically, if it's a heterochrony thing. And, like, you've got pedomorphosis occurring, so these animals are looking more and more immature until the very end of their lives before they actually reach that end stage where they look like Torosaurus. And so if these rocks are older here in in Texas, and in northern Utah, this has got to be the North Horn Formation, right? Then that would make sense. But
so the distributions don't match up perfectly.
I don't know, we'll see.
But it's also possible we haven't looked hard enough. Maybe there are a few Torosaurus up there if we look more. Maybe there's Triceratops if we look down there. So the distributions don't match, but I'm willing to concede this point to Jack.
Hey, Jibby won't stop doing well. How are you doing? Welcome back. Good to have you here.
Dinosaur based on where we find them in the fossil record. So what about intermediates? You can see how remarkably different these animals look. But
or remarkably similar. I mean, shoot. Well, here, of course, you've got Triceratops prorsus. This is from the upper Hell Creek, so it's got that super long nasal horn like that. And so you've got probably 2 or 3 million years of evolution separating these two. That's a long time. 2 or 3 million years is a long time when we're talking about species. But they look very, very similar considering that. I mean, shoot. Especially if they're different ontogenetic stages. This is like, I don't know. I'm betraying my biases here, and I cop to that fully. But, you know, like Jack said earlier, when most paleontologists are trying to figure out, are these the same species or are they different, they look at the differences rather than just, rather than the similarities. There are a tremendous number of similarities here. These two dinosaurs are probably more similar to one another than most other ceratopsian species or genera are to one another. There's going to be very few differences in between these. And given that they lived at roughly the same time, this is from the upper Hell Creek, this is from the lower. Yeah, I don't know.
T-Rex with Protoceratops, you can have different looking endpoints and then things that connect them. Do these actually exist? So one issue is the hornlets. Now it's true that these hornlets vary a little bit, but the key thing is you don't find anything in between the two. That's the key part here.
We do actually, though. Oh boy.
Occasionally they'll be missing one or something. Triceratops always has 5 to 7. Maybe.
And that's not like Triceratops. There are specimens of Triceratops that we have that I've seen. Unfortunately, they're not published yet. where the number of epis on the squamosal and the parietal on this side are different from the number of the epis on the parietal and squamosal on this side. Like, it's really, really not a good indication of species like this. Like, these are wildly variable. Epis are not a consistent indicator of taxonomy. They're just, they're not.
It's got one in the middle. Torosaurus always has 10 to 12. It's never got one in the middle.
I mean, I would argue that this is one of those things where it's like at Yale, they've got a handful of specimens, so they've got a very limited data set. At Museum of the Rockies, 100 Triceratops. Big data set. And you can start to see those weird gray areas in between. You can see those, you know, like the weird diversity that's occurring there. Like whale fins, yeah, where you've got individual variation there, Haraz. Yeah.
And the key thing is there's never anything in between those two. So there's variation in each one.
And Bean Counter says, how can we know that these aren't deformities of some kind? I mean, they are. It's deformities are just, you know, that's individual variation. It's part of what makes populations beautiful. Like, individuals are different from one another. They have slightly different genes. That's the underlying, you know, that's what drives evolution. Is that no two individuals are exactly the same unless they're like clones or identical twins. Unless it's like one embryo that, you know, that splits, like with identical twins. You know? It's... If you don't have variation in a population, if you don't have individuals being different, if you don't have that kind of diversity of form in a population, you can't have evolution occurring. Offspring are always going to be a little bit different from their parents. And they're always going to be a little bit different from one another, too. And it's that kind of beautiful diversity that allows species to evolve, because certain traits develop and they're either selected for or selected against. And certain traits will spread throughout a population. If one individual is successful and has more offspring, then those genes can spread throughout the population. Yeah, so, yeah, it's... But if you only have a handful of specimens, and it's like, well, these ones have to look like this, and these ones have to look like that, then, you know, your thinking on this is going to be a little bit warped, you know? I call it like, well, I don't have a name for it, but it's kind of like at a dog show, you know? Yeah. Where at a dog show like this, there's a certain, like, group of criteria that you look at. So, like, the judge comes up and looks at this dog and goes, oh, yes, it's like the platonic ideal of this breed of dog, you know? She's gonna go up and she's gonna, you know, grab and squeeze and prod this dog. She's gonna look at all of these different aspects of it. And she's gonna go, is this the ideal dog here? Does this conform to what the ideal of this breed should be? And when you only have a few specimens of a dinosaur, like Torosaurus, for instance, you know, you're looking for whether or not it adheres to that ideal, whatever that is, you know? But you're completely missing this beautiful, you know, diversity, these gray areas. Like, populations have got a bunch of different individuals that have all got different characteristics like that. And just because a few characteristics are a little bit different doesn't mean that it's a different species or anything. It's like, you've got variation in a population like that. If you're only looking at those differences, and if you're only comparing it against one particular holotype specimen, and you go, oh, well, this one looks a little bit different, that could be because of ontogeny. It could be because of stratigraphic variation. This animal is evolving. It's from a different time from the holotype. Maybe these animals have been evolving a bit. They've changed. You know, it could be... Maybe this animal was slightly undernourished. Maybe this animal is from a slightly different area. You know? And maybe there's some sort of taphonomic influence here, where the skull was just a little bit squashed by overlying sediments. And so that changes things a little bit. It changes, you know, certain ratios that you're measuring if you're trying to create characters to put into a character matrix, whatever. You can't be this... It just... It does not work to be this... for lack of a better term, like, anal retentive about what different characteristics look like. You can't treat it like a dog show, you know? So yeah. Yeah. That restricted, sure, Haraz, yeah. Yeah. That's a better way to put it, huh? So it kind of comes down to a difference in philosophy of how you look at these critters. Yeah.
If they were the same species, you'd have to find things in between as they're adding hornlets, and we've never found those fossils. The other issue is the frill. Now, Jack is arguing that you go from this big open frill here to this solid frill here by basically opening up these holes.
Yep.
And that seems possible. It seems like maybe you could just, you know, eat away a bunch of bone. There's these kind of thin regions here that Jack has identified as the start of these holes.
Incredibly thin.
What we found is, when we looked at a bunch of these skulls and looked at the underside, is if you look at where this thin region is, it doesn't match the two. So this bone is called the parietal in Torosaurus. And notice the holes go straight through the middle of the parietal. The thin regions here in Triceratops are right on the edge of the parietal, and then this depression actually goes over onto
Thank
the
you, Lena. Yes, medullary bone for determining
so
male from female dinosaurs.
Holes, why are they in a
really tricky?
Place? I mean, if this was going to open up into a hole, you'd have a hole right here, not in the middle of this bone here. So that really doesn't seem to match. And again, we don't have anything that's perfectly in between the two.
Jibby Won't Stop says, we have deer in Alberta that are redder than regular deer in Peace River, and they are, on average, bigger in size than in Grand Prairie. You get regional variations in the same species. And maybe, again, it gets into, like, different species and when they can diverge. There could be a time, thousands of years in the future, Jibby Won't Stop, where your deer in Alberta and the deer in Peace River and the deer in Grand Prairie, if they're not interbreeding, if they're not sharing genes, if they're just doing their own thing and not breeding with those other deer, they could eventually split into different species. That's what we call sympatric speciation, or excuse me, allopatric speciation, where you've got geographic separation, and these species split. They eventually become, like, the deer species eventually splits and becomes different species of deer over time if they're no longer interbreeding, sharing genes. If they're separate for long enough, they could become different species from one another. Yeah. And the argument for Torosaurus and Triceratops is that somewhere way back in time, before the Hell Creek, Torosaurus and Triceratops split, and they became different species. Maybe that occurred. I'm not totally convinced that it did yet. But nobody's arguing that these are totally, like, unrelated dinosaurs. Either these are the same species, either these are all Triceratops, all the same genus at least, or you had a split very recently before the Hell Creek. Because everybody recognizes that these are sister groups. These are dinosaurs that are extremely closely related to one another. So either they diverged very recently, or they're all still the same thing. That's kind of what's being argued here. Yeah.
That's kind of the issue here, is there's nothing in between the two. And Jack has identified this thing called Netoceratops as being a potential fossil in between this and this. The problem, and it's true that Netoceratops has a small hole.
Anyway, remember, these closed captions are really bothering me. Let me see if we can get to the kind of the cross-examination here at the end. Let's speed this up a bit.
It seems to be a little bit less critical if we're trying to tell Torosaurus from Triceratops. Although it may be, I think what would be really interesting to know is, does Torosaurus show the same thing? I would predict there might be more advanced Torosaurus later in time and more primitive ones earlier in time, just like we see with Triceratops. And that's where it would be really amazing to get some stratigraphic data.
Sir, I'm interested in knowing, you talk about histology.
Anyway, I'll just give you a link to this, and I'll kind of tell you where my opinion comes out on this right now. And first, you should know, I want to establish this here. So, I was trained under Jack Horner at Museum of the Rockies. That's the milieu that I came out of. So, I learned all about dinosaur ontogeny from Jack and his graduate students, and that's basically where I come out on this. Like, if I do have a bias, it is in that direction, toward thinking that Torosaurus and Triceratops are the same dinosaur. And that heterochrony plays a really important role in that. You know, that's why we don't find many Torosaurus specimens in the upper Hell Creek Torosaurus specimens, is because you've got pedomorphosis occurring. But this past summer, I was working out in Wyoming with Nick Longrich, the guy from the video right there. Here he is right here. And we did some live streams where it was just me and him, actually. Let me see if I can find one of those. I think it might be... Is this the one? That's the one that we were looking at. Not this one, not that one. This one. Is it this one? This might be at the Hadrosaur site. Let's try a little bit earlier on. Yeah.
I think we might go and collect them. I don't know. Our priority right now is really this ceratopsian, this horned dinosaur. I'm trying to find a...
Anyway. There's Nick right there. We're digging up a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur right here.
People are saying hi to you, Quinn. You're a fan favorite.
Do I look red? I don't know if you can tell.
Not from this angle, no.
Yeah, probably not. But...
My arms are definitely getting red. I've got some aloe back in camp if you need any.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is later on when we go to flip the jacket. So I guess the thing is, even though sometimes tempers can, well, not tempers, but like, you know, we get a little heated about debates like this.
Really enjoying this, guys. So
beautiful.
Yeah.
But we're all scientists at the end of the day. We can work together, and eventually the truth will come out. Eventually, there will be a consensus as to whether or not Torosaurus and Triceratops are the same dinosaur.
Lovely little game. But
eventually, we will discover this, you know? I'm trying to find the one with... There we go.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah, there's Nick right there.
About 3 inches of lip around it, and then, yeah. We'll kind of pack that with paper towels and just around the edges.
Here, I'll see if I can get to the part where I asked Nick to introduce himself.
Going well. How are you guys doing?
Just gonna dust off the jacket, make it ready for TV here, make it look pretty.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ready for my close-up, Mr. DeVille.
Exactly.
Very nice. You got it down beautifully.
Oh, yeah.
Friction creates change, and good people can disagree and learn together. There you go, Jibby. Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's so clean in there, too. Nicely done. Yeah.
A clean site is a happy site.
Absolutely. Yeah. You guys want to introduce yourselves real quick?
Yeah, I'm Dr. Nick Longrich. I'm a senior lecturer in evolutionary biology and paleontology at the University of Bath.
Yeah.
Terrence Cook, just here helping out.
Nice.
Seth Cook, also a volunteer here.
Yeah, these guys are brothers.
Awesome.
Yeah.
We got down pretty far into here, and we started getting to a lot of roots, so we slowed down here, and then this different colored element.
So anyway, finishing our deep dive on Torosaurus. We didn't really get into the initial discovery or anything like that, but that's okay. We'll do it another time. Let me tell you, chat, because what you really want to know, I think, is where does this debate currently stand? The majority of dinosaur paleontologists right now are on the opposite side of this debate from people like me, or Jack Horner, or Denver Fowler, or John Scannella. Most dinosaur paleontologists at this point think that Torosaurus and Triceratops are two different dinosaurs. And that very well might be the case. I think what will be decisive in this argument is maybe one particular specimen found in Denver, Colorado. Let's see if I can find that. Yeah. So here we go. I think that's this here. Yeah. So there was a construction site at which some ceratopsian fossils were originally discovered. They were said to have been Triceratops fossils at the beginning, but now they're claiming that they're Torosaurus fossils. And if this is true, this is found like in downtown Colorado, by the way. Yeah. Let's see. Nope, that's not it. Never. I don't think this is it. Is this it? Highlands Ranch? No. This is like they were digging the foundation for a new old folks home. Yeah. I'm not sure we're going to be able to find this, because I don't know which keywords to search for necessarily. Retirement, maybe? They're not going to have the term old folks. Is this it here, perhaps? From 2019? Yeah. This is it. Several weeks ago, construction workers digging near a Denver, Colorado retirement home made an exciting discovery: dinosaur bones. There we go. They say it was an adult Triceratops buried in the bedrock, and the fossils were 68 million years old. 68 million. That's interesting, because that contradicts what I've been told about this. Yeah. And there's the museum's press release. Let's get it straight from the science horse's mouth. Straight from the press release here. Yeah. And it is Highlands Ranch. There we go. May 20th, 2019. We are so grateful to the Wind, Crest, and Brinkman constructors for allowing us the opportunity to evaluate this potentially important scientific find, said George Sparks, President and CEO of the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. This remarkable discovery takes our team... Oh, great partner on Earthing. We are grateful for the scientific expertise, blah, blah, blah. Is there a video we can find of this? I bet you there would have been a video. This is from 2019. Here we go. Yeah. So this is a crew from the Denver Museum of Nature and Science in Denver, Colorado. Yeah. And 68 million years old. This is really funny because what I've been told since then by several people whom I trust is that these are actually Torosaurus fossils from 66 million years ago, immediately before the asteroid impact. And if that is the case, if this is a... They were calling it like a juvenile Torosaurus, I think, from 66 million years ago, then that would very much contradict the Torosaurus being a, adult Triceratops hypothesis. This could be the specimen that finally seals the deal, that finally tells us whether Torosaurus is the same animal as Triceratops or is something different. You know? Yeah. Because they're saying that this is from just under the KPG boundary in Denver, Colorado. I don't know. I think the idea that they're originally claiming it's Triceratops, and they say, "Oh wait, no, it's Torosaurus," kind of speaks to like just how blurry the line is between these two in the first place. But yeah, I don't know. That's just me. Yeah.
It seems the excitement never ends at the dinosaur dig site in Highlands Ranch. Crews continue to pull huge fossils from the ground, so they keep extending the excavation process. It has been quite an adventure since a worker uncovered the bones at a construction site at C470.
Wait, holy cow. Is this the... Yeah. Oh, and Ken is here. Ken might know more about this than I do as a resident of Colorado. Welcome, welcome, Ken. How are you doing? Let's see what Ken says from the beginning. Welcome back, Ken. Ken was on... the specimen's name is Tiny. There we go, Ken. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Beautiful. We've got an article right there from Ken. Excellent. Yeah. And Ken says they found a Triceratops and a Torosaurus within the last 7 years. 2 different cases. Is that right? Well, well, well. Thank you, Ken. I appreciate your expertise, sir. And that's the dig that Mike Getty died at. Holy cow, I did not know that. Wow, we were talking about Mike Getty a little while ago when we were talking about Utaceratops. Utaceratops gettyi. When we had a dinosaur deep dive on Utaceratops. Yeah. Tiny is from Thornton. The Triceratops was in Highlands Ranch. Gotcha. Okay, okay. So this one right here, is this Tiny or is this the Triceratops here? Additionally, bones belonging to a Torosaurus, a relative of the Triceratops, were discovered at another Denver construction site in 2017. But this doesn't mean that the dinosaur bones are growing on trees. Yeah. All right, that's confusing. I appreciate your insight there, Ken. Mike died at the Highlands Ranch one, if I'm correct. Oh, boy. So there is, for those of you who are not familiar with this story, or less familiar with the story than I am, I should say. I'm not entirely familiar with it, obviously. Mike Getty is a paleontologist who was a legend in Utah. One of the... somebody, like, universally revered. Here we go. Yeah. Universally revered by paleontologists in Utah. I don't believe I ever met him. But man, his legend looms large in modern Utah paleontology. World-renowned paleontologist dies suddenly at age 50 after contracting a mystery illness working at a fossil excavation site in Colorado. Mystery illness? I thought he died of a heart attack. Daily Mail. Oy. Mike Getty, 50, fell ill of unknown ailment, heart attack, while digging in Thornton, Colorado. Getty was the chief fossil preparator at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. I think he moved to Denver after working for years and years for the Natural History Museum of Utah. Yeah. Colleagues named a dinosaur after him, Utaceratops gettyi. Yeah. Yeah. And there he is there, talking about this on camera. Thornton. Yeah. He grew up in Western Canada. I didn't know that. Yeah. Colleagues describe Getty as a man with a peculiar charm and love of life that attracted people towards him, what friends called the Getty Sphere. I heard many stories of the Getty Sphere this past summer, working with the Utah crew in eastern Utah. Yeah. He was one of those people. Really hard to imagine that he's gone now. And there he is in Utah, I believe, at the... I think this is the Utah Museum of Natural History. Looks like it when it was brand new. There he is. Yeah. Coroner said heart attack. There you go. Mystery illness. Again. Daily Mail. This tabloid nonsense. Mystery illness. Oh... We're gonna try and do a, some clickbait garbage here. Oh, maybe he died from ingesting ancient microbes from a dinosaur fossil. No. Died of a heart attack. Anyway. Yeah. 2017, Thornton, Colorado. Tiny, the Torosaurus. Mike Getty passed away. Yeah. 2019 Highlands Ranch was Triceratops. Gotcha, Ken. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for getting that straight for me. So let's see if we can find footage of this. Let's see. I think this is probably it.
The rain and the soggy weather.
Let's see. 4 years ago. No, that would be 2019. That's not right. 4 years ago. 4 years ago. 9 years ago. 4 years ago. 5 years ago. 4 years ago. 7 months ago. I'm not sure we're going to be able to find this. Let's see. Let's look at what Ken was saying. Thornton. Okay. Let's search Thornton. There we go. Here we are.
Big discovery today at the dinosaur dig site.
There's Mike Getty there. Holy cow.
Now CBS 4 is partnering with the Denver Museum of Nature and Science to give you an exclusive look. Crews first found a Triceratops, now evidence of a T-Rex. Our Stan Bush is following the dig.
Well, this is one of the most exciting dinosaur finds that scientists have ever found in this area. And over the next few weeks, we'll be giving you stories that you will only see about this dig on CBS 4. We'll be taking you along for the journey that has surprised even paleontologists. In the heart of developing Thornton, a window in time back 66 million years, when the area was the home of giants.
I've got a piece.
No, those are horns there, addictive sugar. Horns. On our ceratopsian dinosaur. Be it Triceratops or Torosaurus, those are horns right there, not a brow ridge. But welcome to the channel. It's good to have you here.
Got a piece of pretty dark bone right there.
A historic find.
Oh, and by the way, hang on. That looks like an oyster knife. Yeah, just like I use in the field.
Find. One of the best dinosaur discoveries ever recorded, saved by a construction worker with a keen eye.
All of this is based off of something I picked up the size of a quarter, and then just wondering if there's more there.
Paleontologists have been amazed with almost every scoop of a shovel or sweep of a brush. One of the problems at the museum
That's
is
not
finding
how it
right
works,
now
but
is
whatever.
They dig, the more bone they find.
We're missing all of the limbs, so the forelimbs and the hind legs.
And they're probably around here somewhere.
You know, things can come out of the bottom or places you don't want, so this really helps to encase and protect the entire contents of what's in here.
It's so weird to see people at a dig site with, you know, high-vis safety vests and hard hats. It's not what I wear in the field, but this is an active construction site, so I guess it's required.
Dinosaur fever, a triceratops in our own backyard. And now, the search to find out how much is still in the ground and how did it get there.
Rather than a simple job, it's now become kind of a pick up sticks or spaghetti noodle problem. We've got to try and untangle this whole dinosaur while it's encased in rock.
Crews are still actually out at the dig site. In fact, they found more bones today, but you can come to the museum this weekend and see some of the bones that have already been taken out of the ground as scientists now work to remove pieces of sand and rock that have been stuck along these bones for millions of years.
Pretty cool. They can
Museum of Nature and Science,
go there and see it.
Stan Bush covering Colorado First.
Neat stuff, yeah. So, correct me if I get this wrong, Ken. I want to be as fair about this as possible. But we're talking about Torosaurus and Triceratops. Are these two different dinosaurs, or are they the same dinosaur? Is this the same lineage, or is this two different lineages that have split? This specimen from Thornton, Colorado, may prove to be decisive. Because if this turns out to be from the very, very top of the Hell Creek Formation, or Lance, whatever, from the very top of the Cretaceous, about 66 million years ago, just below the KPG boundary, and it is indeed a fenestrated specimen that's got fenestrae in the frill, this could help demonstrate that, yes, indeed, Torosaurus is a separate lineage from Triceratops. They split a long time ago, and they've been evolving separately since then until the end of the Cretaceous. Yeah. The Denver Formation. Thank you, Ken. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and not allopatric. It would be sympatric speciation, I think, Brandington, because they're largely living in the same areas. I think that's the idea. Anyway, are Torosaurus and Triceratops two different dinosaurs? Time will tell. Further study will tell. Further debate, I suppose. You want to get cute about a debate. Yeah. Here, let's take a look at this video from 2017.
As soon as I got inside, I realized it was a pretty important dinosaur find.
And there's Joe Surdich. I heard so much about him this summer. I've never been able to put a face with a name, but that's Joe Surdich. There we go.
Pretty unusual in the Denver area. And after cleaning up the site, it looks like part of the skull of a Triceratops, a horned dinosaur, and maybe parts of the skeleton. So that's the horn over the eye. That's a Triceratops eye right there. So that's the left eye. That's the big horn coming to a point right there. I'm trying to figure out this. I think this might be the lower jaw. Dinosaurs from the Denver area have been known for about 150 years, but most of Denver is covered by parking lots or houses. And so it's pretty unusual to get down to the original rock layers that Denver sits on. And so whenever a construction site like this gets to the right level, so up here in Thornton, it got right down into the rocks that predate the extinction of dinosaurs. And so right before the dinosaurs go extinct, you have things like T-Rex and Triceratops walking around the landscape. And so this construction site just hit the right spot at the right time.
Nice.
What's really unusual is getting some of these sites reported. So a lot of times these will be plowed up and they won't be recognized. And we're really lucky in this case that it was recognized as fossils. And we got
somebody had sharp eyes there. They said, shoot, these are
bones.
bones.
This is probably one of only 3 skulls of Triceratops found along the Front Range area. So Triceratops
very cool.
With 2 big horns over its eyes, a little nose horn, and then a beak on the...
Of course, now the idea is that this is Torosaurus, I guess? But he's saying Triceratops now. Yeah.
Front, and then a big shield on the back of the head. So it's one of the iconic ones that you usually see fighting T-Rex in dinosaur art or in movies. We know that there's a lot of bone. There's bone from the skull. There's also bones from the rest of the skeleton, which means it could be a pretty large area, could encompass most of a skeleton. And so the next steps will be to come out, expose more, but also stabilize and collect what
They're really digging fast here.
has already been uncovered in.
But I guess they have to at an active construction site.
As soon as I uncovered it and realized that this was the horn from a Triceratops and not just another leg bone or part of a hip, it made this site really exciting. I'm over the moon right now that this is a dinosaur fossil. This dinosaur has been laying here for at least 66 million years, and we're going to get it out of the ground and get it cleaned up and hopefully rehoused at the Denver Museum and nice shiny new cabinets.
Very nice. Very nice indeed. And no underscore says, if I had a house in Colorado, could I just dig in my basement as a hobby? To my knowledge, there's no laws against that in Colorado. No underscore. Dig away, sure. Yeah. But the odds of finding a dinosaur fossil are slim to none in most areas. In this case, all of this excavation happened to occur for construction in an area where there's fossil-bearing bedrock immediately underneath. You'd probably have to dig a long ways to get to bedrock in a random spot, yeah? So there is a chance, I suppose, no underscore, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Let me know if you've got any questions, huh? Yeah. Any other questions? Building codes, schmilding schmodes. Who pays attention to those, Afro-Banagirl? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And thank you, Ken, for reposting that. Shoot, I missed it the first time. And this is what they... Nope. Open image in new tab. There we go. This is what they've got there of Tiny. Very nice. We've got most of a skull. It looks like it's missing only a few of the bones in front of the eyes. Very nice. And a tibia. Well, shoot, maybe they can cut that and do histo if they want to. Very, very nice. That is really lovely. Well, well, well. So if they've got a full skull of this critter, and it is fenestrated like this, and if it is from just underneath the KPG boundary, then shoot. It could very well be that Torosaurus and Triceratops are two distinct lineages. They're not the same dinosaur. I will be following this with great interest going into the future. Yeah. And the Wikipedia of Torosaurus has a picture of the reconstruction of Tiny. Thank you, Ken. Let's look that up. There we go. There it is right there at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. How did I not see this? Maybe it's newer than that, but I visited last summer. Not this past summer, but the summer before. Yeah. Very nice. It's on tour now. Okay, gotcha, Ken. Cool, cool. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah. And skeletons are cool, latest Kate. Yes, indeed. And hang on, we had a comment here from Gabriel Relieve. Says, "Sir, you have too much death in your room." First of all, don't call me sir. You know, the whole point of this whole science outreach thing is to demystify science. And, you know, this is not about people calling me sir, accolades, and crud like that. But also, this is not about death. This is about revival, renewal. This is about bringing back the dead to life. I mentioned a book earlier. Let me grab that real quick. Because there's an interesting, there's an interesting, like, kind of little rant about that in there. Let me find it. It's in a book called The Life of a Fossil Hunter by Sternberg, I believe, with a forward by Henry Fairfield Osborne. Where did that go? I've got it here somewhere. There we go. Yes, indeed. The Life of a Fossil Hunter. There we go, by Charles Azalea Sternberg. And this is from the library of Chris Oregon. He actually gifted me this book when I left Montana. But the forward is what we're trying to get to here. Yeah. And this was written way around the turn of the century.
If they're removed,
Latest Kate, thank you.
forever.
Thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. It is really good to have you here. Thank you for that pledge of continued support. I hope you continue to enjoy these streams, Latest Kate, and enjoy those emotes. Enjoy not having to watch any ads. And enjoy your 30% off sub for September. Excellent. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, so we have an introduction by Henry Fairfield Osborne, the same man who described and named Velociraptor and Tyrannosaurus. Yeah. And let's just read a quick excerpt about this, because I like to get into this anytime anybody talks about how paleontology seems morbid, because we're dealing with skeletons, we're dealing with dead critters, we're dealing with death in general. As paleontologists, we often like to think of it as, it's different from that, you know? We're in the business of resurrection. It's not morbid, it's exactly the opposite. Yeah. And, yeah. Let's get into this here. So, Osborne, president and curator of vertebrate paleontology at the American Museum of Natural History in New York, he says, our bookshelves contain the lives or narratives of adventure of many hunters of living game, but the life of a fossil hunter has never been written before. Both are in the closest touch with nature, and therefore full of interest. This one is as full of adventure, excitement, and depression, hope, and failure as the other, and yet there is ever the great difference that the hunter of live game, through sportsman that he may be, is always bringing live animals nearer to death and extinction, whereas the fossil hunter is always seeking to bring extinct animals back to life. This revivification of the past, of the forms which once graced the forests and plains and rivers and seas, was attended with as great fascination as the quest of live game, and to my mind is still a more honorable and noble pursuit. I would agree. The richness of the great American fossil fields, which extend over the vast arid and semi-arid area of the West, scattered over both the Great Plains region and the Great Mountain region, has resulted in the creation of a distinctively American profession, that of fossil hunting. The fossil hunter must first of all be a scientific enthusiast. He must be willing to endure all kinds of hardships, to suffer cold in the early spring and the late autumn and early winter months, to suffer intense heat and the glare of the sun in summer months, and he must be prepared to drink alkali water, and in some regions to fight off the attacks of the mosquito and other pests. He must be something of an engineer in order to be able to handle large masses of stone and transport them over roadless wastes of desert to the nearest shipping point. He must have a delicate and skillful touch to preserve the least fragments of bone when fractured. He must be content with very plain living, because the profession is seldom, if ever, remunerative. You don't get paid well. And he is almost invariably underpaid. He must find his chief reward and stimulus in the sense of discovery, and in the dispatching of specimens to museums which he has never seen, for the benefit of a public which has little knowledge or appreciation of the self-sacrifices which the fossil hunter has made. The fossil fields of America have fortunately attracted a number of such devoted explorers. And one of the pioneers on the honorable list is the author of this work, who by his untiring energy has contributed some of the finest specimens which now adorn the shelves and cases of many of the great museums of America and Europe. Although special explorations have been described sometimes in considerable detail, this is the first time that the life of a fossil hunter has been written. And it is fitting that it comes from the pen of the oldest living representative of this distinctively American profession. The name of Charles H. Sternberg is attached to discoveries in many parts of the West. Discoveries which have formed distinct contributions to science, which have formed, to the advance of paleontology, to our knowledge of the wonderful ancient life of North America. His is a career full of adventure, of self-sacrifice, worthy of lasting record and recognition by all lovers of nature. Excellent book. An autobiography of Charles Hazelius Sternberg, with that intro written by Henry Fairfield Osborn. It's good stuff. We stepped into a Ken Burns documentary. Oblivious haircut. Obvious haircut, sorry. Yeah, kind of. If only temporarily. But the point that I wanted to bring up there is, shoot, we as paleontologists are... It's like we're the opposite of big game hunters. Like old HFO was saying there. Bringing the dead back to life. Giving creatures new existence. Exhuming them from deep time and bringing them into the present, so that everyone can appreciate them, love them, and study them. Understand them. More like necromancers, Smurf. Oh no. I don't feel like that's a term that's got a particularly positive connotation. I'd say it's pretty negative. But yeah, here. Let's see if we can find a quick video on Charles Hazelius Sternberg here. The man who wrote that autobiography, and that Henry Fairfield Osborn wrote that introduction for. Shoot, you can find the full book here on the old YouTube. There's a link there in the chat for you. Yeah. I don't know if we're gonna be able to find a quick video about this guy. Shoot. I don't think we will be able to, which is kind of unfortunate. Yeah. Darn. Oh well. Charles Hazelius Sternberg was an American paleontologist, fossil collector, some would say one of the greatest fossil hunters who ever lived. Yeah, he did a lot of work in Kansas, did some work up in Canada, in the western United States, etc. Very few of these images will embiggen properly. It's kind of a shame. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, anyway. As this is channel, thank you, Obvious Haircut. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Kennedy. Oh, you make me laugh. I like that comment. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Spartan says, regardless of how you may believe our universe came to be, yeah, people have got some wild ideas about that. We can all still agree on the majesty and wonder of it encompasses. Paleontologists are just expanding our knowledge of its many wonders. Agreed, Spartan. We're trying to. And I can do this in part thanks to your support, Spartan. So thank you very, very much for that. Holy cow. It means a lot. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And now, speaking of this kind of thing, why don't we jump into a little video here? Yeah. I wonder if we got into... Did we get into part 2 of that, that documentary with Walter Cronkite? Cronkite dinosaur documentary. We did get through this, didn't we? Shoot. Well, let's see here. We did. Why don't we take a look at this? I think this is part 3 of that. Because I think we already got through part 2, did we not? Let's take a look at this.
In 1922, an American team was out searching for the origins of man in a remote part of China. Being an American expedition, it had an avalanche of cars, trucks, and 75 camels.
We'll be talking about this extensively in January to celebrate the birthday of this man here, Roy Chapman Andrews, leader of the Central Asiatic expeditions, and we'll be talking about the history of Mongolian dinosaur paleontology.
Led by the flamboyant Roy Chapman Andrews, they were so well heeled, the Chinese government thought they were spies.
And addictive sugar. Yeah, these are 3D prints behind us, including this one right here, printing a Scelidosaurus skull currently, just like our Allosaurus skull that we 3D printed. All of these that you see here, 3D prints, except for that little one right there. This Velociraptor skull is a cast. Although who cares? All the rest of these are 3D prints, and we'll be doing many, many more of these, thanks to the generosity of this community. I've got currently 6 boxes of printer filament that are sitting right over there. Thank you, everybody. This 3D printer is going to be running almost 24/7, printing new fossil prints and stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
After bandits, breakdowns, and the weather, the fossil hunters found a
good green herring.
These early dinosaur detectives looking for human bones stumbled on a horde of perfectly preserved dinosaur eggs. The first clue that dinosaurs lived in family groups.
Look at this graph.
What a lovely graph there. Natalie Roca, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Welcome.
Carefully packed in camel hair, the eggs were sent back to New York. Eggs were a beginning. Dinosaurs must have had a social life, but what was it like? The question remained unanswered for 50 years.
Glad you like that. Yeah. Tale of an egg. Look who it is. It's my old boss. Not Walter Cronkite, Jack Horner.
Then in 1978, an eager young fossil hunter stumbled on clues which would transform our ideas about dinosaurs. Jack Horner was looking for eggs and baby dinosaurs in America, but he didn't find them right away.
Walter Cronkite's your old boss? Nice, Brannington.
The American Museum in New York City and looked through their collections, looked at the material that had come from Mongolia, and got an idea of what baby dinosaurs ought to look like. And people were writing papers about baby dinosaurs being extremely rare, and so I took it upon myself to go find some.
At first he had no luck, but then a chance visit to Marion Brunwald's fossil shop gave him the break he needed.
And well, I said I got some of these funny little bones, so I showed him some of these bones, and he wanted to know if I had more of them. I said, yeah, over at the house.
She produced 2 small pieces, and one was the...
And so this is kind of funny because this is one of those things where my brain has been a little bit broken this summer by seeing like the slow, agonizing death of the platform formerly known as Twitter. I used to really like Twitter. Twitter is, holy cow, that platform seems like it's just dying a slow and painful death right now. But there are all of these people on Twitter, all of them with, $8 paid for blue check marks nowadays, who are all like, flat earth conspiracy theorists, various shades of conspiracy theorists. A bunch of them are like, oh yeah, dinosaurs aren't real. Dinosaurs, didn't you know that dinosaurs are all made up by scientists, and that's why normal people never discover dinosaurs. It's because they're all fake. I mean, patently false, of course, and these people are, to put it kindly, dumber than rocks. And they're 1,000,000% incorrect about this. Important fossils are often found by regular people, like Marion Brandvold. Here. Yeah.
So I showed him some of these bones, and he wanted to know if I had more of them. I said, yeah, over at the house.
Yeah.
Produced 2 small pieces, and one was the...
And Misadventures in Astro, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Has arrived with 2 raiders.
It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Let me know if you've got any questions, okay? Great to have you here. Yeah. Here, let's continue.
The thigh bone of a duck-billed dinosaur, and one was what I believe was a rib fragment. But the thigh bone was the wrong size. It was the right size for a baby. She had a coffee can full of little pieces, and what we were looking at were, as far as I knew, North America's first baby.
How was your stream, Misadventures in Astro? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Tell me about what you were up to. I want to hear about it. And you were doing science and technology as well? Beautiful. Glad to hear it. Yeah. Yeah.
As far as I knew, North America's first baby true baby dinosaurs.
Horner had been searching in the wrong place. Dinosaurs nested in the hills, not in the valleys. When he realized that, he found whole colonies of breeding dinosaurs.
Jack, you've got a reputation of the keenest eye in paleontology, of being able to pick out things from a bunch of rocks like this. How about showing me how you do it? Pick out one for me. I want to see an eggshell.
Well, let's go for a walk and see if we can find something. See, here we have what? Eggshell fragments.
Those?
Yeah.
Well, now, how in the world did you see that? I would never see those little tiny things.
Eggshell is really pretty common out here. In fact, it's one of the most common fossils we have in the
Slim and
But
X-Rhism
when
launch.
we
Very
find a
cool.
real concentration
Astro,
of
neat.
thousands and
Very
thousands of
nice.
pieces, then we know we have a nest. And what we've been doing is combing the areas looking for other nests, and we've come up with 8 more.
And Misadventures in Astro says, I did tell people there are likely dinosaur bones on the moon. Well, fragments, lol. I don't actually think that's true. As a paleontologist, I've heard, like, people who do science outreach in, like, astronomy and astrophysics say that. I think there's slim to no chance that that's true. The idea that when that asteroid, the Chicxulub impactor, touchdown in the Gulf of Mexico, slammed into, instantly vaporized in the Gulf of Mexico, and threw up all this debris. I don't think that there's any chance in heck that there's any recognizable bits of dinosaur that ended up on the moon after that. I mean, they'd have to travel, what? Millions of miles through space. And they would have been basically vaporized by the very impact itself, I know that this gets bandied around a lot as an idea that, like, oh yeah, there's bits of dinosaur on the moon because of the asteroid. I think it's 1,000% false. No shot. Yeah. And 390,000 kilometers, give or take. Oh, okay, Dinosaur Dave. Okay. They would need to survive 2 impacts. There you go. Yeah. Told them greater than 0%. I'm not blaming you, Astro. I'm just saying, Misadventures in Astro, that, like, it bugs me that astronomers and physicists say this, and they don't seem to be consulting with paleontologists. So yeah. I don't know. We do find this kind of a lot. In fact, let's do a quick search. Yeah. Yeah. There are probably dinosaur bones on the moon. Reject all. Save and exit. There are probably dinosaur bones on the moon. Claim scientists in shock revelation. Yeah, I don't buy that at all. A shock revelation by astronomer, not paleontologist, David Roboyedo suggests that there could be tiny fragments of dinosaur bone on the moon because the asteroid which wiped out dinosaurs was so powerful. So here's the thing. Part of that is that when let's go back to 66 million years ago. When that asteroid struck, it did not strike on land. It struck in the Gulf of Mexico. Dinosaurs are land-living creatures. So it wouldn't have, immediately struck any dinosaurs. Any that it did strike would have been instantly vaporized, I presume. But anyway, you would have had a layer of ejecta that would come out, kind of straight up after this occurred. It's not likely to have any dinosaurs in that, because it's already in the ocean. That's strike 1 against this idea. Strike 2 is, obviously, it's going to instantly vaporize anything that's there. And then it's got to make it all the way through space to the moon. it's just not looking good. Not looking good. Robiedo claims the force of the asteroid's impact was so powerful it likely punched a hole in Earth's atmosphere and sent tons of debris soaring into space. Sure. But this would have to later reach the moon and also contain bits of dinosaur, which I'm not convinced it would. You know? So fish scales on the moon, says Sculpin. Yeah, that's more likely, honestly. I don't know. Yeah. And Sleep Deprived says, the Daily Star, that epitome of serious journalism. Yeah, right? Yeah. Anyway, and here is... Oh boy, they take it from Twitter. This description of the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs is probably the best piece of writing I've read in a while. That was beautiful. And meteorite itself was so massive that it probably didn't notice any atmosphere whatsoever, said Robiedo. Wasn't it an asteroid and not a meteorite? Or is a meteorite a type of asteroid or vice versa? I don't know, because I'm not an astronomer or an astrophysicist. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. As the asteroid collided with the Earth in the sky above it, and they call it an asteroid here, in the sky above it where there should have been air, the rock had punched a hole of outer space vacuum in the atmosphere, and as the heavens rushed in to close this hole, enormous volumes of Earth were expelled into orbit and beyond, all within a second or two of impact. So there's probably little bits of dinosaur bone up on the moon, I asked? Yeah, probably. So this is a scientist responding to a journalist asking kind of a ridiculous question here. The scientist, who is not a paleontologist, but, you know, an astronomer, going like, yeah, probably, I guess. And then that gets blown out of proportion into shock revelation. There are probably dinosaur bones on the moon. Not at all what he said. Not at all what he said. Oh, boy. And also, as if you didn't need any more, you know, indication that this is nonsense. They have a whole section on horoscopes here. Oh, boy. Yeah. Anyway. So dinosaur dust on the moon. Maybe, kind of? But, I mean... there would also be fish dust, lizard dust, rock dust, whatever. It's like... yeah, I don't know. Yeah, pterosaur dust. There you go, Murph. Yeah, yeah. So anyway, atoms from dinosaur bones. There you go. Nothing about maybe, sure. Yeah, that would probably be the fairest way to say it. Is there may be atoms on the moon that were at one point part of a dinosaur's body. Maybe. So yeah. Yeah. And Lauren says, what if an astronaut leaves a bucket of fried chicken up there? Does that count? That would be more legitimately bits of dinosaur. Yeah, because chickens are living dinosaurs. So yeah, Lauren at 1350. Yeah, absolutely. That would literally be, if you left a chicken bone on the moon, that's legitimately a dinosaur bone. And that I would believe it's incontrovertible at that point. That is a legit dinosaur bone that you're leaving on the moon. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And let's see. Anywho. Sorry to tangent. No worries, Misadventures and Astro. Thank you again for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Let's get back to our video here, shall we?
So we know that these dinosaurs nested in colonies.
I found a bunch of these these old documentaries recently, and so we're just kind of going through them. They're a lot of fun. It's neat to see Jack so young. That's not him right there.
Of a plant-eating dinosaur.
There he is.
It grew up to 20
in the background.
feet in length and produced eggs in clutches, 20 at a time. Weighing in at about a ton, how did these dinosaurs incubate their eggs? Did they care for and feed their young, or simply abandon them? The answers have revolutionized our...
And this is really cool. This is a wonderful example of how science works in paleontology, you know?
This is really not what paleontology is like.
On the contrary, it is. Thank you, It's Yellow Koala. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah.
Our ideas. The name Jack Horner gave this plant eater, Maiasaura, sums up how he believes dinosaurs behaved.
Can you tell me what this is?
It's nest of a Maiasaura.
Nest of a Maiasaura. Maiasaura means the good mother lizard. When did Maiasaurs live?
A real long time ago?
80 million years ago, right? Do you think dinosaurs sat on their eggs to incubate them?
Not expecting that. Yeah, there you go, Koala. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for the follow.
That's right. They'd be flat, wouldn't they? That's right. So, what we think is that the dinosaur, the mother dinosaur, covered the eggs with vegetation, and then the vegetation would begin to rot. And when things rot, it creates heat. And so that heat would have warmed the eggs. It's a pretty neat way to do it, isn't it?
Now, what are your clues that have led you to believe that the mother dinosaurs cared for their young?
The ends of the bones of the babies in the nest are not very well formed. They would have had a very large cartilaginous cap, which means that the babies couldn't walk. And they're little plant eaters, and therefore if they couldn't walk, we assume that the parent would bring food to them. We find some other stuff of these dinosaurs too. In fact, we find dinosaur stuff, and we call it coprolite.
What's this?
A chicken.
Squiggles de Gabo. Thank you for the follow too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Like we just talked about, chickens are, and I mean this with the utmost seriousness. Not kidding here. It's going to sound like a joke, but it's not. Chickens are living dinosaurs. Because they're birds, and birds are living dinosaurs. Good to have you here. Anyway. Yeah.
You know what coprolites are? Yeah, dinosaur stuff. Yeah. We find those in the
Dinosaur
nesting ground.
turds. Dinosaur poop.
So
Coprolites.
Look at that, those coprolites, and we can tell what the dinosaurs ate. And we know that the baby dinosaurs were eating berries, like you see the mother feeding them. We have what we call a coprolite, which is dinosaur dung.
Oh.
Yep.
And we
I
have
love Walter Cronkite's hat. Who gave him an Australian slouch hat? That's really funny.
some people working on it. Looks just like a sort of a black rock.
Cope remembered forever? Wait, what do you mean? Okay. Ken? They're not named after Cope, right?
With plant material, all this black in here. And it's mixed together with the sediment.
When I was a dinosaur detective, that looks like a rock to me.
It certainly does.
And, but what would make you look at it like that?
What we were finding were these sort of big blobs of
We can pretend. There you go. Yeah, we can.
crushed up plant material. It's very rare out here, but we're only finding
Part of the
it
legacy of old E.D. Cope.
Another clue is the shape of the skull. When we look at the baby dinosaur skull,
And that would be instinctual behavior, Hannies, yeah.
they have very big eyes, big brain, very...
So, like, there are modern creatures that actually build nests out of rotting vegetation like this. Let me see if I can find that for you. Yeah. Here we go. Maybe this. Well, yep, so there is a nest of rotting vegetation that an alligator, mama alligator, has dug, or has created. Put a bunch of rotting vegetation on here in order to keep those eggs warm. Oh, and here's a heron. Coming close. She's not gonna like that. Oh boy, she is covered in algae. Claire, yeah. But crocodilians make very good parents for the most part. But this is an animal that does the same thing like Maiasaura probably did at the time. Yeah. Oh! Go away, heron. The malleefowl. Is that right, Gertis-Pekka? Is that what this is called? It's kind of like a green heron to me. Or maybe a bittern? Would love to eat some baby gators or some gator eggs. But Mama Gator, I think, is not going to be too keen on that idea. Do not do it, says Squiggles. No, don't go in there! Don't do it! Oh, boy. Yeah. What a good parent, defending her nest like that. And I don't think the point is to catch the bird there, but just to drive it away. Oh. What was that? That almost looked like a baby turtle. What's going on here? Nope, those are baby gators there. Yeah. Adoption. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. So anyway, crocodilians will actually build those same kinds of nests like that. Here, I wonder if this will show that. There we go. It is a very cute sound, definitely. Latest Kate says, it sounds like a gentle laser gun fight. That's the best way I've ever heard this. The sound of chirping baby crocodilians described. That's beautiful. A gentle laser gun fight. Pew, pew, chirp, choo, choo. And she's taking it apart there. Yeah. She's gonna dig up the camera in there too. Nope. Oh! She eats them. Savagely. No, she's carrying them in her mouth very gently down to the water. Mouth bust. There you go, Claire. Yeah. Maybe one or two as a snack, says Murph. No, she's not gonna do that. Oh. There you go. Very nice. Reminds you of your cat, Lauren. Interesting. Did your cat have kittens, or? Oh. Yep. She's gonna break open the shells there. See if she can break out those babies. Yep. Pretty astonishing. Look at that. Like, that's pretty cool. Yeah, they're not hatched, but still alive. Yeah, isn't that cool, Claire? You never knew they did this? Yeah, Squiggles. Crocodilians are amazing parents. And look, there's a baby coming out. There you go. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. So we have evidence that dinosaur parents cared for their young as well. Just like
Short
this.
Snout. It's the characters that make things like Mickey Mouse cute. What is different about them?
Their noses.
You know, their nose is very different. Now, if we look at the adult has relatively small eyes and a big long snout, right? And we look at the babies, they have big eyes and a relatively short snout, right?
Yep.
Puppies are like that. If you look at a brand new puppy, they have a short nose and big eyes. They're cute, right? Some scientists think that animals feed their young if they're cute. And that's why we get fed when we're little.
Yeah.
Because we're kind
These
of cute,
kids.
right? Yeah, well, you know, when you get to be 18, then you're not cute anymore, I guess.
Only now are we beginning to ask the questions about dinosaurs that we naturally ask about our animal kingdom.
Anyway, these little critters here. Those displays used to be at Museum of the Rockies long before my time. But they were later moved to another museum. And I got to visit that museum a number of years ago, and I have some pictures from that, if I can find those real quick. Fieldwork photos, there we go. It's 2011. Yeah. Here we go. Here is me in summer of 2011 at the Rudyard Depot Museum in Rudyard, Montana, with those same Maiasaura models. Yeah, there's me with the adults. Here's me hiding from an Orodromius. Uh-oh, it spotted me. And here's me with a baby Maiasaura. Yeah. The cool thing is, when you're a paleontologist, sometimes they let you climb all over the exhibits and pick up the displays like this. So yeah. When did I get this hat? I got this hat back in 2006. I've had this hat for like 16, 17 years, something like that. Yeah. And this is not the same shirt I'm wearing right now. This shirt is actually brand new. This is the first time I've ever worn this shirt, Ruler. Different shirt. Different shirt. This one has collars. I no longer have that shirt. That one fell apart in the wash years ago. So yeah. Anyway. A baby paleontologist. There you go, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. Yeah, some of my colleagues were also looking at some of the baby Myosaurs here. There's Lee Hall and Nate Carroll looking at these critters. This is a fun little photo shoot that we did. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Good stuff. And yeah, I've got 2 new shirts. I've got exactly 2 new shirts. And I've worn both of them. They're no longer new. Good memory there, Gullible Giraffe. Yeah. Anyway. Everyone, thank you for being here today. It is now time to wrap up today's stream. But don't go running away just yet. We're going to see if we can raid into somebody doing some more science right now. As our credits roll over this Deinonychus skull, who else is doing some science right now? I see Science Streams right there. Let's go tune in to Science Streams. So prepare for a raid, everyone. Thank you to everybody whose names are shown up here in the credits. Whether you subscribed or resubscribed, whether you followed, whether you raided, whether you moderated. Thank you, moderators, for all your hard work. Claire Burr and Lenina and Ken, I appreciate you. Thank you. Good to have you here. Tomorrow, we're going to be enjoying some Thursday Birds Day. And tomorrow's stream will actually be a little bit late. I've got some business at the museum earlier in the day. I don't think I'll be back in my office until a little bit later. So tomorrow's stream will be a late one. But we're going to have some Thursday Birds Day then, and it's going to be a ton of fun. So get your Thursday Birds Day bird photos into the Discord. Thank you, everybody, for your support, your enthusiasm, your questions. I appreciate you more than you know. We're going to go say hello to Science Streams. See you there, everybody. Take care, and I hope to see you tomorrow, too. Bye-bye.
That turned out beautiful.
I did a little tweak on it to make it something.
We got a raid, Raiders. Well, hello, welcome on in, Raiders.